Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Psychology, Counseling, Behavioral Sciences, Social Sciences, Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development 2023, commemorating Psychology Day at UN 2023 and APA Psychology Week 2023 celebrations, and also Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years independence. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also India's G20 presidency in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. Before we start our session, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namostute deepajyotir namostute shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So we were discussing about various trends, challenges, issues in psychology which were emerging, and the present transformation of psychology and its fields and its work settings. So we were discussing about various aspects like the role of equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we were discussing about reaching a wider audience through social media, new media, and various other media and technologies, communication technologies. And we have seen how psychologists were able to play a greater role in identifying correct information and aim at misinformation and disinformation, and how to analyze which information is right, which information is wrong. And because today, these days, we are flooded with a lot of information. We don't know which one is right, which one is wrong. And as you know, as we all know, that negative information or the false information or the misinformation or the disinformation travels many times faster than truth. Always we see, the positive news has less effect even in media, and the negative effect, the negative news has a drastic multiplier effect. Wherever you take, say for example, take something good is happening, but it takes long time to recognize because we have to overcome our own bias, prejudices, and sometimes our ego also, because we are not able to accept and appreciate the goodness in others, because somewhere we are feeling that by appreciating them, the same thing we are not able to do by ourselves. So they are better than us. This kind of thought process is limiting us. Of course, there are many other factors why we don't appreciate the good work done by others, unless and until we relate them to ourselves and we have some kind of relationship. See, when our children are able to do something, how we promote them. Everyone we keep calling, we keep posting, and, wantedly we go to everyone and say, see what my daughter or what my son has done this, or what my father or what my mother has done this, or what my relative or what my friend has done this. But coming to others, we don't show that kind of appreciation. So why this is happening? Because we are not able to relate them equal as with us. So that's why we are not able to appreciate. And we are not able to spread the good information or the right information, because sometimes it is like, there are various factors, but it will take time again that will consume a lot of time. So I'm not getting into that. We have earlier also discussed, and maybe at some other point of time, we'll also discuss. But in short, I would like to mention that, the misinformation, disinformation is more like day before yesterday. We have looked at various aspects of that. So again, I do not want to repeat that. So that is more attractive, that is close to reality and our assumptions rather than what is facts and reality, and various other aspects which we discussed earlier and even yesterday. So because of that, and various other factors, human factors and psychological factors. So the negative news or the misinformation or disinformation is being promoted or spread by us more fastly, more quickly, more widely. And in that, when we receive that information, we tend to believe them as true. And most of the times when the repeated false or the misinformation, disinformation is repeated again and again, we see in the advertising, so many times that advertisement is presented again and again and again, it gets registered, so that you tend to believe that it is true. Similarly, this information is circulated again and again, it is being trolled, trended, and it makes people believe that it is true. So that's how somehow these search engines also have added to this. And also people have learned to promote or misuse the social media and other media to promote. And though they, social media giants or social media operators or websites, portals which are running, they wantedly are promoting such things because they want business, right? They want more people. So only when there is some kind of negativity, people do join. In the positivity, we see rarely, you can see many threads, in fact, where we see, very less people engaging, less people sharing for all the good things. You can do research by yourself and come to me if I am wrong. But in general, that is how, even in media, even in TV, even newspapers, if we say he's good, oh, he's nice today. So okay, that's quite normal. Huh? What's special in it? What's new in it? When we say, oh, he has met with an accident, or he lost his job. Oh, that's the news. Because that's not routine. And that's there, the gossiping and all goes out. Stories and stories are cooked up, and it spreads as a viral. Positive news, if someone has done some good thing, then it will take, even after telling 10 times also, they will say, what's okay, fine. What's special about that? But when something negativity happens, it spreads like a wildfire. So, of course, there are different aspects of this. So, we have already discussed few, and we can talk about this hours and hours together. We can keep discussing on that. So we have also looked at how psychological research is becoming more and more inclusive. As we have seen in the US, more whites, they don't have that kind of rich diversity as we have in India. We have so many religions, so many cultures, so many traditions, so many castes, so many creeds. It's enormous, complex culture and traditions where no country in the world has such a complex diversity. And we often do the mistake of comparing our nation with all other nations where they don't have much diversity. Just take an example, we keep comparing always with the US and other countries, where in US, where is the diversity? Very less diversity. The major, diversity is blacks and whites. And among those two people only, those two groups only, they are not able to manage. And here, how many colors are there? From starting to black and white, lot of variations, brown, tan brown. Just imagine, on the basis of color only, since many years, in fact, there are many atrocities committed. And imagine what if the US had so much of diversity within, like India, not only US, any other country. Just imagine. Now you will appreciate how our administrators, how our rulers, or how our governments were able to manage things. It's far better than anyone, or any country for that matter. Because here, every group, every community has their own aspirations, their own wants, their own desires to be fulfilled. Everyone wants to come into power. Everyone wants to, get the position. Everyone wants to be in higher status. This tussle of competition or race, which is always competing with each other. We all know not everyone in the class can come first. Maybe among the batch of 20, 40, 60, 80, or even 100 or 120 students, only one student can come first. Right? Now, who is going to come first? Maybe many students are equally capable, equally competent, equally, possessing skills, knowledge, but only one can come first. Similarly, when we suppose there are only 2 members in US, and only within 2 members also there is a lot of struggle, lot of violence, lot of atrocity, lot of abuse that is happening. Here, we have thousands and thousands of students in a class. And in spite of that, everyone is different from each other. And we are able to manage. And there 2 people are there, students are sitting, and they are always fighting with each other. They are not able to manage. Here, having thousands and thousands of students in the same class, how the teacher is able to manage. So we need to have similar metaphors or examples. See, we are not pointing out at any country as such. We appreciate their efforts. They also have not such diversity, but they do also have diversity. We are not pinpointing, but when we need to understand the complexity of diversity. We can't simply compare. That is where we do mistakes. Even we are simply adopting Western culture, and that is creating a lot of issues because we don't understand that the culture is different, their context is different, and we simply want to adapt that without knowing completely, and that will always lead to disasters. And that is where here also, in US, what are the common problems? Top 10 problems, you Google it by yourself, you'll know. Alcoholism, teenage pregnancy, this mass shootings, killings, alcohol consumption, tobacco consumption, and this dating, mating culture, teenage pregnancies, and extramarital affairs, and nuclear families. All these cultures are from the West. Now, what is happening in India? India has a very rich culture where joint families, even alcoholism was rare. I mean, only on occasions, not a daily. No one was a daily drunkard, right? So occasionally, on some occasions, or some gatherings, even many communities, they don't even have that practice of drinking or sitting all together, having one-night stands and premarital sex affairs, sexual affairs, and multiple, sexual affairs, even before marriage or after marriage. And all these are because of this Western culture. And these same-sex marriages, same-sex relationships, all these, actually marriage, the holy constitution or the holy institution of marriage is only between male and female, because that is the nature that has bestowed that. Why there is a concept of marriage where there is a concept of procreation? Because we need to multiply our species. That's why there is a marriage where the male and female come together to reproduce. There is progeny, so that the species thrives, promotes itself. That is the basic purpose of marriage. But again, when two males come together, when two females come together, what is going to happen? Is there any progeny? Is there any birth that is taking place? Now, why to call that as marriage again? So this is kind of misunderstanding we have. The concepts are not clear. And, now it is called as marriage again. The marriage is different. That happens between a male and female for the progeny. But now when a marriage is happening, then the purpose of marriage is not fulfilling. So it cannot be called as a marriage. Now these kind of, things deviate from there, and it creates a lot of confusion and also mistrust or distrust or lack of trust, and create lot of, issues here in this culture, wherever it may be. So now we see a lot of, in media nowadays, it's quite popular that either husband is killing wife with his or her lover, that is vice versa, and also wife is killing husband with her lover, or premarital or postmarital sexual affairs. This has also become quite common nowadays. Now teenage pregnancies or pregnancies without marriage and abortions, without marriage, and all these are becoming more and more common nowadays. Why? Because of simply adopting this culture. And we need to understand the complexity of issues. It's not just earlier there was prostitution, in that which girls or women were literally forced, and women and girls, with all due respects, they were fighting that they want their freedom. And even for that, even for married couple also, there was, forced, they need a consent. To that level we have reached that they cannot force wife also for this sex. But here what is happening? Here now, can we understand that girls or women, they themselves are offering to the boys and men? And every day or every time they are moving with one another. How do we understand this again? So earlier also, girls and women were vulnerable because they are forced or because they are compelled. Now they themselves are getting trapped, or they themselves are choosing to be used as, sexual toys or sexual things and all other aspects. So we need to look at it in a different perspective. Now earlier, now because of that, what will happen? The society will think, okay, every girl is like that, every boy is like that, every man is like that, every woman is like that. No, with whoever we want, we can sleep as many times as we want. Even if they are married or not, doesn't matter. All these kind of notions are coming up. And because of that, again, lot of issues are coming up. Not everyone is like that, right? And everyone has their own right on their body. But what is this culture, especially this culture of weekend culture, where nightclubs, pubs, weekend cultures, this dating, mating, one-night stands, all these are promoting and putting girls and women into more vulnerable situations now. Forget about boys and men. They are always on the other safe side comparatively. Only thing, of course, there is one notion that only thing, for both them, the same, it is more or less same. But for the girls and women, the only difference is they can be, they can get pregnant. And there are a lot of physical and other changes that happen. Apart from that, there is no major difference. But again, here we need to see the various aspects that are happening and various challenges that the girls and women are facing. And again, a lot of abuse happens. And again, they are also not able to maintain stable relationships because they lose trust, because having multiple relations, they don't believe. It is also same for men as well as women. And that's why marriages are getting broken today, nowadays. Even marriage institution is getting affected. So these are new challenges, new trends for the psychologist. So there is a lot of, now in the pandemic also we have seen different set because we were lacking these closed spaces, privacy, and a lot of tussle was going on among the couples. It was due to various reasons. One, because they had their own privacy, their own time, but now being together, confined in two walls, either they are more involved in sex or they are more involved in quarrels and fights, or they are able to come together in a better way, better understanding. Some were able to totally come out from the crisis situation. Some were completely gone into a disastrous relationship, an abusive relationship. At times also, there are reported cases where they have killed their spouses, and it has been reported as COVID case. And they were disposed under the COVID and other these things. So these things also happened. Of course, those are comparatively very less number of cases. But these are new challenges and threats because of blindly, and it is not the cultural influence is not just on sexual habits or other aspects, but it is also on lifestyle. Today, more and more people are dying because of lifestyle disorders and diseases. Today, jaundice, diabetes, hypertension, cardiac issues are quite common. Nowadays, you see almost young people are dying who are in between 20 to 40 are people dying with cardiac issues. Young generations, they are dying, more and more deaths are occurring. Why? Because of our sedimentary lifestyle. We are not involving in adequate metabolism, adequate exercises. We all have more or less become potato cows, where we are not having physical activity and we are consuming more and more calories, more meat, especially meat products. They have huge amount of calories and not easily digested. You know, many studies say that it takes at least 2 days to digest the meat you have consumed. When you once consume, it will take at least 2 days for you to digest. And again, you are eating morning, afternoon, evening, and some people eat 4 times, 5 times, 6 times a day. Now, see what the toxins, undigested food remains as toxins and fat, and it will cause a lot of health issues. Now, daily consuming meat, every time consuming meat and meat products are also creating a lot of problems because we don't have adequate physical activity now. We are not going for a labor work where you need to literally carry some weights or do hard works like breaking stones or pulling rickshaw or something like that, manual work, where we burn our calories. Here, it means that whatever calories we have consumed, whatever energy, food we have consumed, that needs to be utilized. Otherwise, what happens? That will turn into toxic, or that will turn into fats, and we get obese, or that will lead to a lot of health issues. There is nothing wrong to consume whatever you want. That's your personal interest. But at the same time, it is also interest of the larger population because climate change. It is affecting everyone. Today, temperature increase does not affect a single person. It affects every person on the planet, every tree, plant on the planet, every animal species on the planet. But who is the reason for that? Human beings. Because of the activities of human beings, exploitation of nature, exploitation of natural resources, exploitation because of human interest, likes, especially on food, like more and more animal consumption, bird consumption, that is meat consumption. What is happening? So more and more industrial animal farming and more food crops, resources that were produced are being diverted to feed those animals, which are in turn to be used as food through consumption of meat. And all these aspects are impacting the climate. So these are the new challenges that psychologists need to understand and need to address and need to develop therapies or adapt certain programs to address these challenges. And what else we have? We have many more challenges and issues. So let's look into other aspects. So these all we have already discussed. And there are various trends, emerging trends and challenges, issues for the psychologist or in psychology. Now, worker well-being is also in demand as organization culture shifts. Attitudes about employee mental health have dramatically shifted, and psychologists are leading the charge to help business prioritize employee well-being. So the pandemic and its shock waves continue to disrupt the workplace. According to the 2022 Gallup World Poll, stress among workers throughout the globe is at an all-time high. Since Gallup began surveying adults in 2005, so 44% of the workers reported that they experienced significant stress the previous day, and more than 1/5 experienced significant anger or sadness the previous day, according to the data collected from more than 160 countries throughout 2021. People realize that their jobs and lives could change overnight, and it will take time and effort from organizations to rebuild trust and reduce uncertainty and fear going forward, said Mindy Shaw's PhD, an industrial and organizational psychologist at the University of Central Florida, who studies the changing nature of the work on employee well-being and behavior. Attitudes about employee mental health have dramatically shifted. Historically, the onus was on employees to reduce their level of stress by taking advantage of the company benefits, such as mindfulness, seminars, and health coverage for therapy. But the trend is changing, according to psychologists who focus on workplace behavior. The pandemic forced employees to recognize that they must pay more attention to the mental health of employees and the conditions in which they work, that is, in the work environment, can either exacerbate or prevent mental health challenges. As quoted by Leslie Hammer, PhD, a professor in the Oregon Institute of Occupational Health Sciences at Oregon Health and Science University. The fact that more organizations are acknowledging the important connection between the workplace conditions and well-being is an encouraging shift for researchers who study this relationship. Workers have more leverage than ever to demand that employers evolve by creating an environment that values their well-being, said Casey Choswood, MD, MPH, Director of the Total Workers Health Program, which is part of the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Employees have more power due to relative shortage of workers and have robust job market. He said, the organizations that are most nimble and creative in managing changes will lead the way in attracting talent. Psychologists are poised to help the employers throughout the world transform how they lead their teams and support workers. Even American Psychologist Association survey 2022 Work and Wellbeing Survey confirmed that employee expectations related to mental health support are shifting, with 71% of the workers reporting that they believe their workers are more concerned about employees' mental health than in the past. More than 80% agreed that how employers support mental health will be an important consideration for them when they look for future work. Chosewood is part of a team that developed a questionnaire to assess people's life, quality of working life, circumstances outside of work, and physical and mental health status. While many well-being questionnaires are asked about sleep, anxiety, depression, the NIOSH Worker Well-being Questionnaire combines with this questions about the workplace climate, supervision experience, benefits policies, and other aspects related to the work content. We use the psychological metrics that have been proven to be predictive of well-being, said Chosewood. The survey, which was released in April 2021, includes questions about whether employees feel they can rely on supervisors for support, find their work meaningful, and want to go to work. NIOSH also offers resources to address issues identified by the survey, such as toolkits to help organizations minimize injuries, reduce sitting time at work, and build communication skills. Hammer's research has shown that well-being improves when supervisors value aspects of life outside work, such as employees' family and sleep needs. She has developed and studied 1-hour computer-based training interventions aimed at teaching supervisors how to ask open-ended questions, actively listen to employee responses, and pay attention to the potential family or sleep-related patterns or problems. In the training, leaders also learn how to model the importance of life outside work by taking time off. In one of the interventions, the training led to increased job satisfaction, reduced turnover intentions, and improved personal well-being among the employees. As per Journal of Occupational Health Psychology, Volume 26, Number 6, 2021. Although these strategies may conflict with the manager's instinct to project confidence and competence, researchers are discovering that leaders who are willing to be open and vulnerable can increase the level of psychological safety on their teams without jeopardizing their reputations as competent. Konstantinos Kortifeiris, who is an MBA PhD and assistant professor of management at Universities of Texas at Austin, was intrigued by an article about a tech executive who shared areas of improvement from her own performance review with the employees who directly reported to her. So Kortifeiris and Adam Grant, PhD and organizational psychology professor at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, decided to study the effects of the type of sharing at a healthcare company and a financial company. In the field experience, some managers sought feedback from the team members about their own experience and performance, while others shared development areas from their most recent reviews with team members. The data revealed that a year later, the psychological safety in teams at both companies improved, where leaders openly shared their own development areas. But this did not happen when leaders had simply sought feedback from the team members. As in Organization Science, Volume 33, Number 4, 2021. So follow-up interviews showed that leaders who shared their own development areas with employees helped team members feel safe to share their own challenges. This has enhanced the level of psychological safety because vulnerability was normalized into team culture, said Cord Ferris. Considerable research has found that when employees feel like they can take more risks without being paralyzed, they are more likely to voice their own opinions, generate more creative and innovative solutions, and engage more in the quality improvement. The continued high rate of resignations among workers is another sign that employees are less willing to continue in the organizations that fail to value their well-being. Even in pandemic and the ending or where the pandemic curve has been coming down, we have seen a pandemic of resignations in US and also even in India also and across the world. So why this was happening? People were leaving in huge numbers, resigning. Resignation pandemic was happening. And many employees were resigning and leaving in spite of hardships, financial hardships. They were resigning. Why? Because they feel that organizations don't value their well-being and they are only concerned about their own profit maximization, marginalization. So with the pandemic, employees also realized that organizations are not going to care about them. They can be easily replaced. So they have to take care of them as a priority. So that's why they felt that, more than organization, they themselves are more important and they need to take care of themselves, as organization will not going to take care of them. They are not going to pay them. They are not going to compensate them. Only if they work, they will get. Otherwise, they are not going to get. So this is what happened in the pandemic. Except other IT and other industries where, they were constantly, in fact, many folds, they have multiplied, especially IT peripheral sector and communication sector, because everyone was hooked to the internet, to mobile communication. So that industries has grown many times, even in pandemic. So more and more paper and more technologies, people were engaged, and even e-commerce industries have multiplied many folds and their business value increased many times because everyone was not able to move outside and everyone needs and everyone has to order online or through various devices in the pandemic time. So that has increased more employment as well. It as a I just can't recollect that word, gag workers, if I am not wrong. Yeah, maybe I will let you know. So lot of delivery boys and girls, and especially these logistic services, there was huge demand because once customers place an order, gag workers, if I am not wrong, these are delivery, these are people who deliver our, like Swiggy and all these, they have a different term. Maybe if I am not wrong, I think, let me get back to you. So these gag workers or whatever they are called, that they have, their employment rate has gone high and many got employment. And they were delivering all these online e-commerce, whatever people were ordering in the pandemic time. someone has to deliver, right? Organizations are manufacturing, and some organizations which have their stocks has to be moved. So they were delivering. So certain industries like IT, communication, and also this retail, online retailing, these industries have boomed and multiplied many times, even in the time of pandemic. So such industries, there was employees were, offered bonus also, and they were paid adequately, even more, because they need more employees, more services, and also to ensure that services are running without a downtime. But various other ground level businesses have suffered a lot, and day-to-day wage workers have lost their lives, their family members, their families altogether. We have seen families, entire family got wiped out because they could not survive hunger. They did not have anything to eat because their only source of income was their daily livelihood, daily wages, and how long they can support themselves, and how much even the governments were also able to help, because the community has to come forward. Though everyone has put their efforts, but still, even if you do so much, there will be always something else left. So no matter how much government does, how much community comes forward and volunteers, this gap is always a huge gap. So we were able to see that this gap was beyond our imagination, because most of the people working are in unorganized sector. So they will not have even a legal recognition as an employee. They are not registered, and they are not enrolled in any employment schemes or programs, health schemes like ESI or pension gratuity or any other labor welfare schemes, because they are not officially on records. So this has prevented them to access any of these programs. Though there were many initiatives taken up by the community, and even governments has come forward in whatever best they can do. Of course, there is always shortage from the community, from the individuals, from the government also, but not everyone, everything can be done by everyone. So there will be always these things. So there was a lot of discontentment and discomfort, and also depression among population, and there is a lot of uncertainty among the people, and even among the employees. The continued high rate of designations among workers, among employees, is also another sign that employees are less willing to continue in organizations that fail to value their well-being, even in organized sectors where employees are legally registered and they are on rolls. There also this problem existed, and they were also feeling insecure and resigning. So this resigning, pandemic also created a lot of panic in the industry. Over the past 12 months, the great resignation has continued, said Anthony Klotz, PhD, who coined the term in 2021, when millions of workers were quitting their jobs because of the pandemic. One side, people are looking for jobs to earn their livelihood, and other side, people are leaving their jobs because they were feeling insecure and they were feeling devalued by their employers. People are reflecting on their lives and asking why they are spending so much time in jobs that are stressful, where they are not valued, where they are not respected. So this made them to resign, along with various other factors. Labor participation is now close to pre-pandemic levels because employees are not actually leaving the workforce, but they are seeking better options, said Klotz, an associate professor of organizational behavior at the University College London School of Management. They are moving to the roles that offer remote work, increased wages, and benefits that cover college education, parental leave, and sabbaticals. So people are resigning, but not that they don't want to work. They are resigning so that they can find a better work and work from more of work from home jobs or activities, so that they can take care of themselves, their family members. They can be more available and they can have more time for themselves. And it has been more convenient. In the pandemic time, we have seen work from home. Many employees were doing 2 or 3 jobs at the same time. Even in India, we have identified because it's because of the income tax returns, where the TDS was deducted from the employees' salaries, where it has found that the same employee was working for 2-3 organizations because everything was in white. Now, when the company is paying to the employer, they were paying and they were deducting taxes because they also need to show, they also need to maintain this database and rules. So that's how many employees got caught while they were filing their income tax returns. So if they were not showing that, then there is a penalty from income tax for not showing. Again, if they were showing, again, the employers will know about it. So even the employers who were working for 3-4 companies at the same time, we had seen, because either they are working on similar projects or similar domains, similar verticals, where some employees even gone to an extent of sharing the codes or sharing the work of one company or one organization to other in similar and also in similar projects or apps or projects. So that also posed a lot of threats to the companies because, there is a huge investment. How much they are paying every month? Say nowadays, software employees, they are paid anywhere between 30,000 to 3 lakhs. And how many employees are there in the organization? So how much investment is there? And what happens when the entire project goes out of hand? And it's a huge loss. Companies are shutting down. And these kind of things are happening, not only with IT companies, but also various other industries where there is lack of safety, security, and confidentiality, privacy with their work. So many organizations also suffered with this, especially those the employee, for his vested interest or her vested interest, they have sold out valuable data or code or projects, and company has to pay for it. And so many employees lost their jobs again. And again, many projects had gone out of hands. And even companies and organizations faced hardships. So all these issues were there when we are dealing with employers and employees. So the trust has been strained. And not only that, that is one kind of direct involvement that employees did. It is not that every employee has done. Many employees were loyal and truthful. Some employees also did this because they were more comfortable and no one to observe, no one to monitor them because they are at their own homes. And they were in fact doing profit maximization at their level as companies are doing there. So they have time and resources. So they were making best of their time. But again, it's a violation of agreement between an employee and employer. As full-time, when an employee is employed, he's not supposed to get employed anywhere else. Even legal aspects also come into place. That's how, many, even in India also, many organizations, companies have issued notices when they have identified this. And some has taken disciplinary action as well. And some has taken off from their roles as well. So this was one of the situations, even in companies with the employee and employees. And this is one side, and the other side is, many employees has not directly involved, but they involved their spouses, their friends, their relatives. They employed them and they got the work done. So some people were not taking the risk of direct involvement. Instead, what they have done, they have involved their family members or relatives or friends, especially these freshers. They were hiring them and they were getting the work done. So in this way, also, they are working in multiple organizations, and due to some mismanagement and various other corruptive practices, unethical practices, there were a lot of issues and challenges for the management and organization. So these all were, even studied, even looked at by the organizational psychologists, industrial psychologists, and various aspects, of these employee-employers relationships and employers, various aspects and organizations aspects. All these, we have different challenges, issues that has been faced. Now, after that, now slowly we are moving back to normalcy. Right? So again, offices are opening up. People are uncomfortable. Though, again, we had a lot of challenges. Because people have not, again, one thing is, one side, people got so much frustrated living in confined spaces and they want to move now, go out. They are looking for the opportunity. In that way, they have come out and they are moving towards normalcy. And all the things have been resuming very fastly, especially the entertainment industry and the weekend culture, club culture, and all those things are rapidly rising than any other. So they are opening up, and people, they were just looking for an opportunity to burst out themselves into the entertainment and enjoyment, which they were missing out since past 1.5 years due to pandemic. So all these things also had an impact on these relationships, and labor participation is also slowly resuming to almost reach the pre-pandemic levels. And Doug Reynolds, PhD Executive President of DDI, a leadership development and assessment company in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is also seeing the effects of a candidate-driven market in his company. Prior to the pandemic, he recruited in Pittsburgh for his product development team, which includes 80 software engineers, industrial and organizational psychologists, and analytic specialists. Now that remote work is an option, he is hiring people throughout the United States, India, Europe, and other countries. People do not want restrictions and rules. They want to decide where and when to work, he said. But hires are new to the workforce have shared with him that there are drawbacks to the remote work that employers or employees will need to address. So companies are re-examining how they select leaders, especially with an eye forward, increasing diversity at higher levels, said industrial and organizational psychologist John Scott, PhD, Chief Operating Officer of APT Metrics, a human resource consulting firm in Connecticut. One of these barriers diverse candidates can face as they apply for the leadership positions is lack of previous experience in upper-level supervisory roles. Historically, hiring practices for the leadership roles have been based on the idea that past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. But past behavior is a function of the opportunities people have been given, Scott said. To increase equity in hiring, his company developed a simulation tool that assesses leadership skills. Applicants participate in an immersive online simulation, such as scenario in which a company's new CEO, the candidate, must guide C-suite leaders towards agreement on how the company should grow. So psychologists say companies are also viewing essential workers differently post-pandemic. The global crisis elevated the importance of employees who staff grocery stores, childcare centers, hospitals, and manufacturing facilities. Companies that focused on promoting a good culture thrived, and those that didn't lost employees, said industrial and organizational psychologist Heidi Glickman, PhD, who specializes in providing executive coaching and consulting to organizations experiencing significant change. She worked with a grocery chain in the Northeast that was struggling to retain workers, and Glickman helped leaders improve employee engagement by increasing communication with staff. The company is now surveying workers more frequently and train local managers to meet with their teams regularly to gather feedback. If employees are feeling strained, leaders can respond by changing scheduling procedures and make sure workers are allocating energy to the things that matter most, said Glickman. So psychologists hope that the momentum to improve working conditions, pay and benefits for people in service jobs will continue long after the pandemic. In a recent study, Shaws and colleagues investigated why jobs that were previously stigmatized by the society, such as roles in food service and public transportation, were elevated to hero status during the pandemic. As quoted in the International Journal of Hospitality Management, Volume 93, 2021, one reason for the new status that was media's message that we are in this together, which united typically stigmatized workers with society at large, according to the study. That's how these gag workers or gig workers, what they are called, gig workers, I think the correct word. So they were given more importance and they were called as heroes because they were delivering all these groceries and food items to our homes. And not only that, essential items, but also non-essential items, which are very much required for a survival and also livelihood to meet our day-to-day requirements. So the public recognized the threats and challenges these workers faced and need to take action to protect them, such as making sure that they have sick pay or other benefits that white-collar workers enjoy. She said, with the heightened awareness, Shaw sees the world tearing between two possible futures. There is an opportunity here to increase workplace safety or to continue the trends of vulnerable work, she said. I hope this recognition will lead to more advocacy and public policy to address job quality and safety. This is how even at industries and organizations, psychologists have a greater role and a diversified role in organization culture, shifts and trends, and also employee and employer relationships, and also well-being of employees. So we'll take a 5-minute break and fill up the feedback form before I move on to other challenges, trends in psychology. In the meanwhile, if you have any queries, clarifications, feedback, you can share in chat box while you are filling up the feedback form. So feedback form has been launched in the form of polls. So feedback form will be open for 5 minutes. We request everyone to quickly attend to the feedback form. Feedback form is available in the form of polls. You can see there is a menu with polls and quizzes on your screen. Generally, automatically the window pops up. But if you have accidentally touched, if you are using mobiles, that is a problem. The version which you have may not support, or you might need to swipe right or left, top or bottom, based on your device, so that you can see the we request all the presenters, those who have applied or those who have registered, Those who have not completed their formalities to complete their formalities at the earliest. See, we are limiting presentations because we want to cover other aspects that requires a lot of time. So when we have a lot of topics to be covered, but we have invited on those topics, but we got on different topics, which we can take it at some other conference also. So we have kept those topics aside, and only those which are purely related to psychology and those who have completed formalities are being taken up, which are more relevant to this. And there are few other off topics also, because we have domains like health, sustainable development, well-being. So we also try to do justice to include certain topics from that. So we request everyone, especially those who want to present, don't wait for last day, though the last day is 4th, but it's subjective to availability of slots, because generally last day will be a very hectic day. So don't keep it till last day. You can complete your formalities as early as possible. Otherwise, you may lose the opportunity. And as already informed, all these presentations for the past 1.5 years, and almost over 1.5 years, and the coming next 6 months or the next 5-6 months till August, all will be part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav series, and all will be published. All the proceedings will be published with an ISBN number or ISSN number. So one thing is sure, either it will be with ISBN or ISSN, depending on the volume and other aspects. So this is one, and that will be with an international publisher. So we are trying our best to get the most reputed publisher, where the entire proceedings will be published. So this is wonderful opportunity. Every presentation will get an opportunity, either in the proceedings or as part of full paper presentations. And that too, this is commemorated. This is the largest event and the widest event, broadest event that is being celebrated by an organization commemorating 75 years of independence, and it's going to be a one-time life opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity for many. Of course, youngsters, they can take part in the centenary celebrations as well, 100 years of independence. But for people like us, or a little bit seniors or elders, for them might be. Of course, today people are living longer, but still, you have this wonderful opportunity to be part of this. So use this opportunity for the next 6 months, at least for the next few months. Already this is May. So till August, September, another 4 or 5 months. We request everyone to use this opportunity to present on relevant topics. See, the broadest topics are always there. Health. Health includes all domains of health: physical health, psychological health, mental health, social health, financial health, spiritual health. These all are health related aspects where you can present, and well-being is there. It's a holistic concept of health. And we have sustainable development. And sustainable development is an umbrella term. It includes everything on the planet. Because sustainable development can be taken up in any discipline, any avenue sector, any sector. So there is nothing, even in language also, if you are belonging to arts department or languages, literature also, even that also, you can talk about sustainable development. Sustainable development in arts, literature, or social sciences, life sciences, or any such where you can relate to the sustainable development or how they can contribute in advocacy, promotion, conservation through languages, like the simple thing is through mother tongue languages, how language can, a native language can support or promote or accelerate the advocacy or the campaigns of sustainable development. And every language has an opportunity. If you are a language student, say English, Telugu, Hindi, Marathi, Kannada, Malayalam, any language for that matter, you can also relate. And moreover, this is the entire platform is multicultural, multidisciplinary, and multilingual. As we are following and we are inspired by the new educational policy. But because of the diversity of the participants, you can present in any language, but the content should be in English. Or you can present in other language, but you need to provide a transcription copy of your presentation in English, because there is no purpose you come and present. Okay, presentation will be done, but no one understands. There is no use of presentation. So that's why we also need to be conscious of where we are presenting, because this is an international forum and platform. So we also need to be mindful of the language we are presenting. So we can present in our own language, no restriction on that, but along with it, English copy, translation or transcription. There is a difference between translation and transliteration. That is, translation is always word to word without a proper meaning or complete, just word to word translation. A transliteration or transcription, or in other words, has a different meaning. Again, they also differ. That means translating the meaning, not just words, but the meaning. Sometimes what happens, from one language to other language, you just copy word to word. The entire meaning changes, the entire context changes. And sometimes we don't feel there is some sense in it, or it might convey different meaning. So make sure you are also welcome to present in your own mother tongue languages. But again, you make sure an English copy is always available so that every participant can read. So better thing you can do is be on the safer side, present in English, or at least you can use, nowadays people are not so comfortable in one. You can also use, we are not putting any constraints. Of course, many times we get suggestions, that you are not openly giving suggestions and all. What happened, we will share you some experiences, because not everyone comes and share on the platform open. Well, many we have found on our own platform itself, even many PhD scholars, even senior professors are also, they were not able to, even PhD. Now we can see, because everything is recorded on YouTube, we have seen, even in spite of their lot of qualifications, degrees, they were not able to present properly. If people are coming and utilizing the opportunity, we don't want to be very critical, judgmental about them. Okay, we are just appreciating that they have taken initiative and they are able to contribute in the way they can. We are not judging anyone. So this platform is open. There is no one to criticize you. Of course, if there is any, there is in terms of, appreciation only and suggestions. And you also need not take anything personal over here. And so take this opportunity, come forward, present your research work in a proper way. At the same time, don't neglect. We see also some people just for the sake of, they need some presentation, put some, PPT. That's why we ask for PPTs. Before you make a presentation, we ask for your content. What is that you are presenting and how much time you require? It's not like fixed that you will be getting only 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or 10 minutes. It depends on the content. Some content needs more time, some content needs less time, or certain topics needs more time. Certain topics may need or require less time. So depending on that, that's why it is very important to follow instructions. We are asking you, because you are the best person to say how much time you require to cover the entire topic, what you are intended to present. That's why there is a option there to mention duration. So we are asking you, and we'll also, when you share your content, PPT, we'll also know how much time it would take based on your PPT presentation, and we can also allot you accordingly. So don't assume that anything like why this much of information is required and other, because all these proceedings will go into the final publication. And if you are not sharing your details, then we cannot add your details. If someone tomorrow asks who is that person, today we see a lot of malpractices, and just for the sake of adding numbers, they keep putting, but we are very authentic, genuine, and we are more transparent as well. See, almost everything is there on the website. You can see all the events. Maybe some things we have not updated because somewhere some things are pending. They do not share. It is like utilizing the opportunity. Once they use the opportunity, they don't respond. So their things will be like that only. That's why we have seen earlier also many times that once they use the opportunity, and after that they don't even bother to complete the formalities. So all that has happened, and so now we also learned so many lessons that this is not going to work. And that's why now we are more particular that, because tomorrow you have utilized the opportunity and we need your details before we publish. Even all the participants, presenters' names also will be published. So we need to know basic details, who he or she is, from which organization, or at least from which city, which place. So that's why it is mandatory, necessary to keep to that also, improves our reputation and recognition. So tomorrow your name will come, and it will also show in which event, which all events you have attended, which all events you have registered, and which are, because proceedings, all the proceedings will come in the final publication. So whichever event you have registered, whichever event you have attended, all will be mentioned in the proceedings, and you will be given due acknowledgement, recognition in that publication. So it is your responsibility to ensure that you are following instructions and completing the formalities so that, your details can be included. Otherwise, we will have no option to exclude your details from that, because, we can't verify them. So that is what happens, or we do not have adequate information. So that's why it is very important to follow the instructions as mentioned. Otherwise, you will face difficulty, not only for this, because certificate generation process is also at the end, after everything completes. That is after participation, after presentation. And if you don't complete these formalities, again the problem will come at this point of certificate generation. Because for certificate generation, you need to be registered. For attending or presentation, registration may not be mandatory, because at times we also give you exemption, not exemption, but a time when you come in the last minute, or we also do not have slots available in other time. And when someone immediately, when some slot becomes vacant, they did not turn up. So at that time, when you are there, we give you opportunity so that at least someone else would utilize the opportunity. At that time, you may not have registered and you may not have completed the formalities, but we are trusting you and we are ensuring, and we are also taking assurance from you that you are going to complete your formalities in time. And that's how you are given opportunity. And you are under obligation to complete all the formalities. But if you don't do that, you are breaking the trust of ours. And you are also violating the rules and regulations. And again, even though you have presented, you will not get certificate, nor you will have these things. So you have to be very mindful. We should not think that, oh, anyway, we have presented now again. So no need of, our list is there appearing, because though we have not registered, sometimes we have got our work done. So no need to complete. Don't be in that kind of assumption. Again, you will face problem. Your certificate will not be verified. You cannot verify. So, and also you will not be able to get your certificate. Because many also attend not just for certificate, for the knowledge. So they do not, sometimes they register, they don't register, because certificate only comes, those who don't need any certificate, they are not bothered about formality. Some, even though they do not require certificates, they fill up, complete all the details. But some who do not want also, they directly join, and sometimes they register, sometimes they are not very particular about the formalities, because they are not anyway interested in certificate. Because there might be people who don't require certificate because they are not working, though they are studied something, but they are working in a non-relative industry where they don't need any certificate, or even if they get certificate, they don't have any purpose to do with other than showing that they have attended. So sometimes they do not opt, or some retired people, senior people, they also don't ask for certificate. They don't feel, they also feel why to fill again, this is an extra work. Anyway, there is no purpose for this certificate because I am already retired. I have nothing to present anywhere, shows anywhere. So there are people like that. So they just happily attend, and takeaways is there, the information that we share here. So they are happy with that. But those who require certificates, they have to complete formalities, they have to follow instructions, because it is the system that generates certificate through process. And many times we say we are very lazy. No, first of all, you are not paying anything. And that too, we are providing information, everything on the website, and the certificate is there. Again, repeatedly, they are saying, I couldn't find certificate. There is no certificate. Again, these silly things also, when you communicate, it's not that, a single message that I can't find your certificate when when your certificate is there. That conveys a lot about you. That means you have not checked the website. And simply common mistake everyone, most of you does. When someone, messages us, we say, check website and follow the instruction. Immediately, they'll send, I have completed all the formalities. So I have checked website. And I said, what is mentioned there? They don't. Again, when we say, did you read this? Did you check this? Again, say, I did not read the instruction. So irresponsible. So this is how, you lose your own respect. Now you are proved wrong. Now what value you will have, what respect you will be having by the organizer or from the organizer. You lose your own value and respect. So don't do like this. No. And that is also, there is a record again. We have a copy of your communication. We also say that you have not completed so and so. So you have lied. Now these are things, being professionals, being, educated. If we do like things, silly things. Before, that's why it's a very simple process. Register. Registration form, you have to fill it for everyone, for it may be presenter or participant. And then you have to share your details if you are a presenter, because there are many things. You cannot attach your photo in form. You cannot send your PPT in form. So you cannot send your resume because we need your details in the form. So the same details, again, if you send who you are sending, that basic details is required. That's why there is a format where you can follow, fill it up, along with that attach all the files in one mail. So it is easy for you also in future. You can forward the same single mail to us in case of any issue, which is rarely required. But it will be useful for you also whether you have sent all the documents or not. So all this will help us to be organized. And then attend and then provide feedback. And that's all. The system takes care of rest and generates certificate automatically. When you don't follow somewhere, you miss it out. That's where only the problem comes. Again, you are only going to face the issue. So these things we have to be very careful when we are very much particular about the certificate. Because once certificate are issued, as you know, daily events are happening. You cannot go back again. You yourself don't have time, then how others will have time? That is also very important. We also have same 24 hours as you have. So we have to keep we'll definitely issue. It's not that we'll not issue, but we can issue even after 1 year also. We'll issue definitely when we get time, when we just go through, when we do auditing. If we found some, we'll also mail you at that time that you have attended, but you did not complete. At least now you share it and you complete it. That we will do definitely once this series is closed in September or October, because August we are ending, because August 15th we are closing this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. So after that you will receive, but you have to wait till that time. If you have patience, then you can wait. And at that time, when we do our internal auditing, when we find anyone who have attended, not registered or not provided feedback, then we will also send them mail also. If you have provided correct email ID, if that happened to be not marked by spam or bulk in your email, and you are fortunate enough to read that mail, see, so many things are there. So instead of all these, prevention is always better than cure. So follow simple instructions that will avoid all these things. Okay, then I think it's time for the next session. So this was a query regarding the certificates and process on the topics to be presented and all these things. So I was just explaining. So follow the instructions and you can have everything in time. So today we have with us, let's check whether our speaker has joined. Do we have Dr. Sunil Chandra? We cannot see name. If you are available, you can raise your hand. So we are closing the poll. Those who have not filled, you can quickly submit. Participant who has joined with name as Xiaomi and Samsung, you can share your names in the chat box because your attendance is automatically mapped to your participant name. Again, if you join like this, it will be difficult to identify and map your attendance. So that's how you will miss out the certificate. You need to join with your actual name. That will help us because system will automatically map your attendance. So you can leave your names in the chat box because for security reasons, you are not allowed to rename after joining the meeting, or you can log out and set your name and join in again. Samsung SM, you did not enable audio also. So you are not able to hear anything in this conference. Maybe you cannot even listen to the instructions. So let me put you a text message. So these are the things, you know. You join and leave it and you don't attend, connect to audio, there also problem comes. Your certificate system will recognize these things. We shall wait for another 5 minutes. Our today's speaker will be joining. We are closing the feedback form. You can check website for all the information if you want to present. There is only one form. You can read the instructions on the website. It's very clear, very simple. Only those who are following reading instructions, for them it is very simple. Those who are assuming without reading, for them it is difficult. So as simple as that. Keep reading. All the details are there in the registration form, and it has been shared in the chat box. The form in which you have filled for the registration has all the links, and we have also shared the registration link, website link. There is a single website where you can find all the events. We are again sharing you. Don't keep asking again and again. You just bookmark the website. It will be there forever. That's why if you join the Google Calendar, you'll get all the reminders. If you join our group, it will have all the messages. Daily we are sharing. But you are not observing, you are not reading those messages. That's why you are having these doubts again and again. Only if you spend just 15 to 20 minutes once, you can go through all the website and you can attend all events and get all the certificates. But as long as you know, it is like, if you know, if you are living in some area, if you take some time to explore your area and you just go around and see where is what, then you will be comfortable. Otherwise, what will happen every day? You have to search where is what, where is what, where is what. Even if you are in your college or a university, if you take some time to explore where is what on the first day or on any day, you will not find difficulty on other days. On the first day itself, you take some time, go see where what is there and how to get things there, where to get, what to get, how to get, where to find all these things. Then the entire duration of your course or entire duration of your journey is very easy. Otherwise, every time you will keep wondering where is what. This is only happens, this is how disciplined we are. So once you take time, spend time, just explore the website, you will know everything is there on the website. So our speaker has joined. So today we have with us Dr. Sunil Chandra Garu. He is a scientist G and additional director in MAS DRDO. He is also head of the Cognitive Control and Machine Learning CCML division, and he has PhD in neurocognition from Netaji Subhash Institute of Technology. Earlier with MSc Engineering in Biomedical Instrumentation from Aligarh Muslim University, and also BTech in Electronics from Madan Mohan Malviya Engineering College. Served as Scientist B in Defense Electronics Applications Laboratory, Deal, Dehradun, and he has a lot of credits to his profile. We welcome you, sir, on this platform, and we thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us on this occasion of Psychology Day celebrations. And he also has more than 3 decades of experience, more than 36 years of experience. His core focus areas include assessment, enhancement of neurocognition by using state-of-the-art technologies. His research leverages visual modalities such as virtual reality and augmented reality for providing simulation, visual modalities such as virtual reality and augmented reality for providing simulation-based cognitive thinking, cognitive training to enhance cognitive learning, to perform analysis on physiological and behavioral data, to understand governing principles of human cognition. With his in-depth knowledge about brain and cognitive field, he proposed various research ideas which can assess and enhance the performance of humans interacting with the machine. And during the 36 years of service, he has undertaken multiple projects in the field of cognitive neuroscience, a staunch supporter of cognitive assessment and enhancement for the trained services. He is the first scientist to develop augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality environments in conjunction with multiple psychophysiological modalities like EEG, FNIRS, and eye tracking for neurocognitive profiling. His current area of research is human-machine teaming, where he is trying to develop multiple techniques to measure trust in human-machine teams. He is also working in collaboration with multiple IITs, IIITs, and other institutions in India to map the changes in the mental workload, situation awareness, and the performance of an individual in an HMT scenario. And in his current working tenure, he has successfully collaborated with multiple IITs and defense organizations, laboratories for successful development of multiple products like real-time cognitive state assessor and human performance modeling for defense forces. He has also published many papers in international journals and conferences.
Brother,
he is also recipient.
Yeah, let us leave it. Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction.
Thank you, sir.
Firstly, I'm really sorry that I got delayed. So I asked for an excuse from everyone.
It's okay, sir. Fine. You are still on time. Thank you for accepting and joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. And the second point, which I will like to little modify, just 2 days before. Now I'm retired from DRDO. So I'm an ex-DRDO now, just 2 days before.
Oh, congratulations on your retirement, sir. Now you have more responsibility for the society. I think you can more actively involve.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, I'm more passionate towards now working for the mental health, because that is now in today's date is one of the biggest issue in front of the society, which I think many of the participants are already contributing towards that.
Yes, thank
So
you.
I hope I have the permission related to sharing my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me share that. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible. You can make
Okay.
it full screen, sir.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yeah, now it's full screen, sir. Your audio is perfect. You are visible. PPT is visible. Fine, sir. Please continue.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, brother. And good evening and Om Shanti, everyone. As the topic, actually, this is the topic which I normally try to choose because it's close to my profession, close to my heart, as well as close to spirituality. That's why I thought, let me share. And as brother has already told, I have tried to work mainly, no doubt, because of the defense person, to augment the capability of the individuals, whether because of any kinds of stresses they are suffering. In relation to that, there are definite declines in their cognitive abilities. So how we can improve them? And in that dimension also, I'm trying to work on both means holistic as well as technologically. So related to technologically, you were hearing lots of words from brother: virtual reality, augmented reality, video gamings, multiple things. But related to holistic part, me and my group has been working in the field of meditation and music, and especially in case of meditation, mainly related to Raj Yoga meditation. Not only me, my students, even other group in collaboration, we have done wonderful piece of work related to how it affects an individual, and how, because once it affects an individual, then how they are able to have better relations with their close ones, and not with their close ones only, whether they are subordinate or superiors, or in the society, how they are able to. So in relation to that, once I'm working in the field of cognition, I realized one of the first part, which many a times we are not even aware about our emotions. So the first part is we should be firstly able to detect our emotions. And God has given us a benefit. The moment we are able to detect our emotions, we are able to regulate our emotions. So that's how I'll be sharing related to emotional intelligence. And it becomes more challenging once if the adverse situations are there. Because in case of a normal situations, that means no stress, whether it is emotional stress or any other kinds of stress. So in that case, I'm sure many of you might have already heard about the multiple definition by Friedman, or you might have heard lots of these words also, like what is the intelligence quotient, what is the emotional quotient, and now the people have started talking in relation to even the spiritual quotient. But what my meaning here it is, only thing is, even if being intelligent enough, if we are not emotionally intelligent, so that means our EQ factor, if it is not actually good, in many of the situations, forget about others' mindset and their emotions understanding, we are sometimes not even able to actually be aware about our own emotions. So EQ, if we are emotionally intelligent, then there are different models also given by, one is given by Mayer, and they have talked about how do we perceive. I'm sure everybody, even if we talk about a class, once a lecturer is giving the same information to all of us, but all of us do perceive it in very, very different way. So it is true with perceiving emotions also. In the same situation, I may perceive it differently while you may perceive it differently. And once it starts with perceiving up to the level of managing situations, managing emotions, then it becomes further challenging. I'll try to just show that in case if I'm having low emotional quotient, if somebody is having low emotion quotient, then what will be the symptoms which can be easily detected? He'll be always feeling the pressure, whether it is time or any other thing. He may feel it fatigued one. He may not have actually proper work-life balance. And maybe even physiological factors also can be indicated. Like, for example, BP, abnormal BP and all. But in case if the person is actually emotionally intelligent, then the symptoms are the reverse of it. He or she will be quite self-aware. As I was telling about perceiving part, so he'll be able to perceive also in a proper way. He or she not only will perceive, rather manage his emotion. His thinking will be positive, will be quite flexible, and even social skills. And in many tough situations also, the person will be quite resilient. I'll show this video. I'm sure it'll have lots of direct inputs.
Sir, we can't hear the sound. You can enable device sound.
Pardon?
We can't
You're not able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that means that part I am not.
In the menu.
Yes.
In the sharing options, na, sir, you can enable computer sound or device sound.
Screen sharing, I've done it completely.
You can stop sharing, sir. Again, share once again.
Okay.
And you can check if it is enabled or not.
Share screen. Are you able to hear now?
No, sir.
Okay.
In the sharing options, na, sir, in that bar, Zoom sharing, when you click on the mode, last option, you will find enable computer sound or device sound, something based on the operating system.
I think I'm not able to do that. And let me try once more, but share screen if I'm clicking. then
Or
I'm
if
not.
you have that link, sir, in YouTube or somewhere, I can play it from my side. Or if you can share the PPT also.
Then it'll take time. I'm leaving that then in that case.
Okay,
I'll
sir.
explain. I'll explain about what has been shared in that. That's
Yes,
all.
you can continue sharing that PPT, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry because I'm not able to share the sound part of it. But the main explanation by this video, we want to convey that in case he's a psychologist and he's telling that any kinds of physical wound, suppose even if I get a small cut, we immediately try to take care because we are so much aware about our physical problems and we put the band-aid onto it. But in case if there is an emotional trauma, nobody, even if it is a little more harmful, we are not even aware about that emotional trauma, which is continuously pressurizing us. We should have bothered about it. So that is what is explained in this slide. I'm sorry, I think you could have enjoyed more once it was, you could have heard about it also. So as I was sharing, that the process given by God is such a wonderful one. The moment we are able to detect our emotions, we are able to regulate our emotions. So that means if we are emotionally intelligent, we are aware about our emotions, and then we are able to select the situations also differently. And then we are able to tailor it in such a way so that we can modify in the same situations. And as well as the attention, we can even select our attention level also and modify. Till now, whatever we were imagining, we will be able to modify that imagination part also. And we'll be able to even cognitively change that. That means the attached situation, which in case of the response, we are able to change our response and multiple tendencies which we were already earlier having it. But the best approach, which has been more popular, is by Goleman. And Goleman has put it in, Daniel Goleman is a living legend who's well-known psychologist. He has told it again by 4-quadrant that the first situation which we have to be in is that we should be fully aware about the self. We should be able to accurately assess about ourselves. That means we should be fully aware about what is our self-confidence level and other things. Once we'll be aware about that part, then only then we'll be able to have the self-management part. And the self-management means we are clear that we can control ourselves, we can adapt as per the situation, we can take multiple positive initiatives also. Then the third point comes, whether we call it about social or about others' emotions, so that we are able to understand about empathy part. And then once we understand about others' emotions, then only then we will be able to manage their emotions. And that's how we are able to maintain the relations nicely with the help of them. So in case of a true situations, if we are fully aware about self, then how the relations are of the self with the mind, then with the body, then with the relationship, and then finally with the society. And if we are actually elevated souls, then including even with the environmental part also. And that's what is already clear, how a self-aware personality will be quite peaceful, clear, creative, very harmonious in relations, and loveful, peaceful, balanced. All these factors will be definitely Many times once we come to know about the self-awareness, then only then we come to know about what are the powers, what are the innate powers given by God to us. And then only then we start using those powers. For example, let me say about the second power to withdraw. We are not aware many times that the God has given even that power also, that in what situation, how we can withdraw ourselves and we can manage the situations very nice. So then in that case, what I'm trying to convey the message, if we are actually self-aware, then only then we come to know that we can choose ourselves. We can actually pick up what we want to pick up. And we have a good filtration power so that what we can judge, how we can discriminate, and then different powers, for example, toleration. So power to tolerate. Many a situation, if we have this wonderful power of tolerance, then the situation and the response to that situation becomes very, very different. So that means in case if we are self-aware, then we have a good self-confidence also. And the moment we have a good self-confidence, then we have perfect control also on self. And then whether it is multiple stress situations or emotional challenges, we are able to handle them. So that means we are not able to only manage the mood. We are highly self-motivated. And any other factors which are worldly factors, whether it is time, energy, work-life balance, or we are able to even avoid unwanted addictive behaviors, because many times if we are not aware, we are not even aware that we are addicted to some things. So that means there are a few things, many times we are dependent on motivation, either by others, or if not by others, then by some materialistic things which gives us, whether it is promotion or any power. If that is given, then only then we get motivated. But if the self-motivated people are there, then they are able to demonstrate their commitment. They are able to look out any opportunity very fast. They don't see the problems. They see in the same situation, what is opportunity. So that's how that becomes the life. I think even this will not, because but I'm just playing that. Don't see, because in this, forget about the audio part. This guy is limbless, so he doesn't have neither upper limb or lower limb. Lower limb, a very low part of lower limb is there. But he is one of the best motivator in the world. And he is able to manage. You can see that present this auditorium, how much he is able to manage. So that means he is not only self-motivated, rather he is able to motivate even others also. So for self-motivated people, there is no end, there is no limit. He's able to swim, he's able to dictate, he's able to motivate the people, he's able to handle all kinds of situation himself. So that's how. And as I was telling you, one of the most important factor which people now started have feeling that they are not able to manage the time. So time management also goes in both parts. One is time for me, the profession, and how to have the balance between all three, not only the time which is running by the clock. So with that, we can take complete charge of our time by ourselves also. And then how by delegation, how by delaying the process, how by dumping the things, we can definitely manage the timings part also. I'll say one only principle in this. Most of us know how to say yes, but many a times we do not know that we have not learned how to say no, because for everything we cannot say yes and we should not say yes. And in the end, as it is given, we learn how to prioritize, what to prioritize, and the same prioritization in different situations. If something else has to be prioritized, we have to understand even that part also. And we will be able to manage our stresses and multiple kinds of problems, whether it is related to personal problems or of a professional problems or of a relational problems. We are able to handle it. For that reason, there are a few points. For example, I'll share that do not feel superior to others. Give up your ego. So that means if I know everything, it's not a problem. Then it's a feeling of positive thinking. But if I feel I only know everything, then it becomes an ego. So very, very few thin line differences are there, being in Swaman or being in Abhiman. So that's what I'm trying to use an Hindi word for that reason. So there are different factors which gives us multiple abilities. For example, if we give happiness to others, and if I will say in Hindi, sukh do sukh lo, na dukh do na dukh lo. So in that case, if we start learning all these things, when our personality has completely changed, when we have become an important figure for others, when we are able to handle not only our emotions, rather others' emotions. So that means now I'm coming to the social factor part. That means interpersonal relations. And then first and foremost things, do we have active listening? Because that's the foremost requirement. If we are able to have active listening, then only then we'll be able to understand others' point of view. And then, as I said it in the motivation part, not only we are self-motivated, rather we are even able to inspire even others. Up to that level we can. And we can then in that case have a very good social rapport. We'll be able to make a rapport building. We'll be able to not only influence others, a very good integrity part also will be there. I'm sure flexibility, accountability, many times we know about accountability, but I don't know whether we know about others' accountability or the self-accountability. Most of the times, once we use the word accountability, normally we try to see the accountability from others' point of view, but not from the self point of view. And if we do that, the same is flexibility. We want that everybody else should be flexible with us. But how much we are able to be flexible with others, many times we are not even concerned. So we should be definitely, once we are empathetic, then only then we'll be able to perceive others' emotions, and then the rest situation comes that we'll be able to manage others. So managing others, how it is possible, is first and best requirement is that we should maintain good relationships. Many times leading means we try to dictate the terms, but leading others is giving your own example by doing the good piece of works. We want others to be peaceful, but are we peaceful? And if we become an example for themselves, then only then we can lead others. So the same situation goes with collaborating with others. And again, because I had a few videos because I'm not able to show that, but I'm sure everybody knows about Steve Jobs and how he was able to share. This was given in this video, but I think I'll try to skip. I'll try to give the example related to if between friends and partners, if we were geese, then how do they migrate, they warm a place to, and then how do they fly? And they always formulate a V shape, as you are seeing that. They normally try to make a V shape because the whole flock increases the flight efficiency by 71%. And compared to just by one bird flying separately. So that's how the cooperation we can learn from geese. And if they are sharing in the same direction, but they have one wonderful things, because when a goose leaves the formation, he feels resistance of the air and feeling difficulty in flying alone. Then how do they formulate it? That another formulation is, lesson 2 is that by staying in tune with united one, I'll show you by this method. When the leader goose gets tired, they change. So that's how that goose comes in the back, and that's how they take it. So how the cooperation we can learn. Then this is the statement. The geese flying on V formation, they quite to encourage to the ones in front of. Then the lesson 4 goes, in case if someone of them gets sick, then they put in between, so that, and then after that they take it back, and then another one also comes so that they can take care of them. So how we can learn from them different lessons. So these are the different lessons which we can easily learn from geese. And if we, life will be much easier in case if we can work in cooperation. That's the total message over there. So what happens when we behave the way we feel? I'll tell only about this story. Suppose there is a situation in this, that one person went to purchase some medicine on a medical shop, and because it was heavily raining, the person saw that somebody has come and put the car parking in such a odd way that another person cannot move also. So he was feeling it very bad that the person is, how the person is. Once he went back from that shop, then this person went over there and reached, and he said to the medical shop owner that he doesn't have manners. Then that medical shop owner told, no, that person was a doctor and somebody has met with an accident. So in hurry, he has taken the medicine and went back. So that means the situation, once we were perceiving it half, our response was different. But the moment we came to know and we perceived the whole situations differently, for the same person for whom we were feeling earlier bad, now we feel a respect for him. So how do we perceive the situations? It depends on our total, if we talk about on consciousness, what are the kinds of the informations which are coming up? As I told about, we can perceive differently with the same information. And second is intellect part. In case if we are emotionally intelligent, then our intellect will definitely filter it out properly. And we will be positive thinker, and that will be converted into in our sanskar. So that means we'll become a positive personality. And then how a person who will be emotionally intelligent, he'll be perfectly alert, he'll be having very good attention, whether it is on a selective attention or auditory attention or visual attention. These are cognitive factors which many times we are not even aware. And even memory also, what to memorize and what to forget. It's not only the uh, selective attention, as I was trying to tell that emotionally intelligent person is fully able to pass on the information which he or she wants to pass on. That only will go inside. The stall will be already filtered out. And I will have a good imagination power, good creativity, all these things. But how we can do it, as I was trying to tell initially in my introduction, how the meditation can elevate our consciousness. But then in that case, meditation part, I'm sure multiple people call it multiple ways, but the best definition which I understand and I've been experiencing it, if we are able to shift our consciousness from body to soul, or if I tell in scientific language, if we are able to shift our consciousness from physical to metaphysical, because we are actually metaphysical housed in this physical. The moment if we understand that part of meditation, that means we can easily train our brain, which we understand in today. We can regulate our awareness, and then we have a method of recollection, contemplation, concentration. So all these things, meditation is a mental process in which not only the normal processes which we are using it day in and day out, rather even our intuitive perceptions also improves. We are always, most of the time, even in case of adverse situations, quite relaxed. We are able to think for the same problem, lots of solutions. So we have creative solutions for problem solving. And the moment we have a greater feel or sense of detachment from the world that is always trying to grab your attention, and we are able to have our deepening personal learning. There are long-term training of meditation because of which we are not able to change only our behavior and brain activities. Rather, it has been found that even if I say in three terms, software, firmware, hardware, so in the same way, in case of a brain, it starts initially a little behavioral change, that it becomes kind of a sanskar, but then later it becomes kinds of a structural changes in the brain. Because one of my students has done that kind of a study also in case of a long-term meditators. And then if we understand whether related to school grades, so they learn easily, they are able to have a long and short-term recall, all these problems do not come. So in relation to that, we have a wonderful psychophysiology lab in our Gyan Sarovar, means headquarters of Brahma Kumaris in Mount Abu, where we do collect the data, not only behavioral data, which is a standardized behavioral test battery method, not only the cognitive test battery in which we try to evaluate their cognitive abilities, or we call it in Hindi, Bauddhik Chamtaएं, up to the level of neural correlates we are able to do in this particular lab. So that's how we are able to not only collect the data, we do the quantitative analysis by using lots of techniques, like for example, low resolution tomography, Loretta, we call it in short, Loretta visualization. We do understand how the networks in the brain means how the frontal talks or prefrontal talks to the occipital or parietal lobes, so different lobes which are responsible for different functions or different abilities. We are able to see it even in case of, like for example, if you are seeing in case of electroencephalograms, where even the short-term meditators, there is a very good improvement in their alpha band, which is from 8 to 13 Hz. But in case of even theta band, which is normally correlated for long-term meditators, even we found up to that level also. And in case of alpha coherence in all meditators during their attention task, that means alpha coherence between left and right brain also, we found it good results. We found their performance task also after meditation, in which they had with good results with less errors and multiple attempts made it. And performance in attention network test also. Executive attention is good as decision making is much faster, and alertness is very high in case of long-term meditators. These are few charts, as I was telling you, in case of a long-term meditators. The response time, whether there is a good improvement on the right side. The left side, you are saying that how many long-term meditators, they were able to do the correct things. And in the lower one, the long-term meditators committed very less numbers of commission of errors and omission of errors, which you understand. This was Loretta based, as I was telling you, you are seeing in the form of imaging, which was taken on a 14-channel EEG system. And what by the activation of the different portion, like for example, superior temporal gyrus, which is responsible for feeling of joy, inferior parietal lobe, which is for self-awareness, and sinus occipital lobe, which is for the state of meditation. So during meditation, for the regular meditators, we found these kinds of wonderful results, which you are seeing in case of post-meditation. So the result says that the meditators were self-aware, they were having good coordination, they were able to process their emotion, good learning and memory, and good executive functions. And as I was telling you, that brain connectivity, which was demonstrating both parts, whether it is a functional connectivity, which is describing the dynamic interaction, usually, which is time series data, cross correlation, mutual information. I'm sure many of you might be aware about brain connectivity and functional connectivity, how we had calculated that part. By the simple pictorial method, as if you are seeing that the left side is pre-meditation and post-meditation, if you are seeing the brain connectivity after meditation, how much it gets improved. And the functional brain network theta waves, it's for a theta band, which has been taken the result. Here also, if you are seeing that right side down one is for the control subject brain connectivity, while in case of a long-term meditators, how the brain is nicely networked. What I'm trying to communicate, many times, lots of brain networks which never gets activated in our whole life do get activated in case of long-term meditators, which are giving us so-called better powers. So finally, what I'm trying to communicate with my presentation till now, that in case if we are emotionally intelligent, then we are able to not only detect our emotions or regulate our emotions, we are able to understand others' emotions as well as manage other emotions. But how to become emotionally intelligent? One of the best methods is meditation. And what I tried to communicate during meditation, that means if we are able to shift our consciousness from physical to metaphysical, or I call it from body to soul. If we are able to shift our consciousness, that's the starting of meditative practices. And then we are able to receive or emerge our innate powers. And the moment we are able to receive those powers, we are able to handle all kinds of adverse situations wonderfully, because response to the same situations gets very good. Thank you. Om Shanti. In case if I can try to answer if somebody is interested on that, I'll try to do that.
Thank you, Sushil Chandra. It was a wonderful session. The entire session went in such a lucid way. It was a journey, nice exploring and learning more about. And, at the moment you stopped, we felt, that was so short. We could have some more time listening to you. Thank you very much for the wonderful insights that has, triggered or initiated curiosity in us to learn more about, explore more about, and look forward for more sessions. And dear friends, feel free to share your queries, observations.
I think Mary Florence has raised hand. So in case if can unmute and ask the question.
Good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute, the Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing, for giving me this opportunity to express my opinion. Actually, you took many times I've listened to so much emotional intelligence, sir, but your PPT was totally different from the other PPT. You brought a lot of insights and a lot of insights into the life you brought, like very applicable. All your PPT is very good, and the information I gathered a lot, sir. I jotted down a lot of points, and it made a lot of impact in me, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the very insightful and wonderful presentation. God bless you. Take care, sir.
Thank you. Thank you if you liked it. Yes, one more brother had raised his hand. If any query.
Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand.
No, I think nobody is. So I'm thankful once again because Shilpa ji, yeah. Yes, please.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
It was such a beautiful presentation. I learned a lot. Thank you very much for telling all about. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
So anyone more, if any query, if I can answer.
So there are a few messages in chat box appreciating.
Yeah, I'm seeing the chat box. I'm thankful of all of you because you had a perfect listening. As I was sharing about even listening skills. So I think my all listeners are already emotionally intelligent. I don't know, because that's how everybody was so much attentive and so much emotionally intelligent.
Sir, I have one query.
Please.
Because we have a lot of meditation centers and, we are also promoting, and this is need of the hour to always have, we are directed towards our inner journey so that we can have a better outward journey. So how to set up a lab? Like almost everywhere we see, this is a very costly affair. Maybe what is a simple setup that we can have so that we can also have some research, scientific studies conducted at meditation centers?
Okay, brother. So there are two answers related to this. One is because nowadays there are multiple institutions which are ready to collaborate. One. Two, at present, government also is having very, very positive impact of these things, because they are also talking about Indian psychological systems and the Indianized way. And presently, they have used the word Indian knowledge system. So the first answer is through collaboration, we can do that. Who have the systems? Number one. Number two, luckily, as I had shown in my slide, 14 channel. I started with 14 channels. No doubt Brahmakumaris have got a wonderful setup. That is an headquarter. That's costly one. But as far as center-wise is concerned, we can have now even 8-channel system, and Indian persons also are able to manufacture now EG system, which are costing somewhere in the range of 50,000 rupees. So that way we can try to use that. Even in this part also, I'll say, second answer, this lab is not only for neural correlates. Related to psychological and cognitive trust battery itself, we can show the wonderful results, whether these are among corporate people or these are among the people who are suffering from depression, anxiety, or anyone else, or including school children. The moment we are able to show the differences, they'll be much happier. So that means there are two ways. One is through collaboration. Another one is there are labs also, phased manner we can do.
Thank you, Bhaiya, for sharing this wonderful information. I think more and more of such can be started at a level, because in collaboration with institutions, not everyone will be able to do that, again, because there are a lot of formalities involved. But I think the options you gave are much better. So, thank you very much.
One more message in the chat box I'm seeing from Maria. I will, in place of referring the book, I'll say better, if you want to taste the meditation or benefits of meditation, better you go to the meditation centers. You'll be definitely rather reading or seeing or experiences. These are three different words. Reading the books is definitely wonderful. Seeing is still better, but experience is the best. So I'll recommend that in case if you can experience meditation, will be a better answer from my side. Otherwise, there are lots of books which are from different meditative groups, starting from mindfulness-based meditation or Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. But no doubt, I've been able to experience more about Raj Yoga meditation. That's it. That's an answer. Yes, I think Shilpa has raised her hand.
Yeah, sir, can I ask you a question?
Please.
Yeah, sir, could you please throw some light as to how we can work on the school children, like, and how early, at what earliest age that we can implement, we can make them implement these techniques, like related to meditation, calming down and all.
Okay. Again, the wonderful question from your side. So first, I'll divide it in two questions. At what age you said it? The experience in our Raj Yoga meditation is you can start from any age. The activities which our sisters have been doing at multiple centers, sometimes the kids who are coming, they are not coming for meditation, but how they have learnt it, and how they have learnt it that they are a soul, not this body, you won't even come to know. So it's a so nice learning process in case of a Raja Yoga meditation. So there is no age for Raja Yoga meditation as such. 1. 2. You asked related to schools. Yes, we should definitely have the methods, and that also I'll put in 2 parts. Again, I'm happy to be a little pro-government, because in case of a new education policy, they have told clearly that we should have these components even in our curriculum also. So that means they are quite supportive. That's 1. 2. If we are able to show, as I was saying in my earlier line, and doing some parts in their behavioral change. I had done it with the 8th standard school children. I took one section as a control group and one section as a meditative group. And the moment we were able to show, the whole school was interested on that side. So that's how they get motivated. And last line, at present, the kinds of challenges which they are facing, if we are able to actually penetrate meditation part in the school, lots of mental health issues, I hope, will be reduced drastically or may never come. That's what is my assumption, and that's what is my request. I don't know whether I could answer your question.
So like what I understood, it's like you, from your information, that we need to make it a part of the syllabus. So we have to do the syllabus planning and all for these kids, right?
Truly speaking, partly yes, because the reason is if you give anything as an additional format, because we have so much overloaded our students, whether they are class 2 students or they are class 10 student, and they are so much overloaded that until unless it is part of curriculum, there are only very few who will be able to take it up. So if we want to spread it much more, then it is better to make it as part of curriculum.
So you all have done any research on this preterm, like mothers, those?
No, minimum. I have not done it, but I came to know few people have done it. So I will not be able to make a comment because me or my group has not done it.
Okay. And so one last question. So since this is a kind of a, like entire, it's a proper lab kind of a thing, and the studies and all which you all are doing. So what kind of, education is required for that? Like, who are the professionals who are, interpreting these results and giving their concluding remarks on it?
Okay. Because luckily I can answer this because my team was actually multidisciplinary, in which clinical psychologist, psychiatrist, data scientist, electronics engineers, and biomedical engineers, they were all working together.
Okay.
So they collected the data analysis part, even if it is required to apply artificial intelligence or machine learning algorithm, that was also group available. If you want to infer anything based on neuroscience, then neuroscience person was also part of the group. So what I'm trying to convey the message is, it can be started with only by pure psychologist or clinical psychologist, but it can be the team in which multidisciplinary people are also there. That's it.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
This was a very interesting part of, like understanding the research that you all have done on the cases.
Actually, we take research in a very complex way. No, it's not that. If we are meditating, the pre and post, we have to evaluate what our behavioral status was, what our cognitive status was.
Yeah.
Or what our neural correlates are telling. And it has to be done on pre and post basis. There are lots of standardized, everything is already available.
Yeah.
And why I quoted about my lab? Because we are developing our own algorithms also. But it is not must everybody should develop it, because now the people are coming with the apps in which you can easily correlate that now you are less stressed.
Yeah.
All these things are available.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful session.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you, Shilpa, and thank you, Bhaiya. There are a few questions in chat box by Shabir. Thank you for session. Please share your personal experience with meditation.
Who is written?
Shabir.
Okay, I'm not able to see that part.
Maybe some messages they send to direct host.
Okay. Let me answer that, because my own experience is definitely wonderful. I'll because if I start sharing my whole experience, maybe I'll take more than an hour or so. But just giving in one single line. The way I was trying to tell multiple quality of emotionally intelligent people, I'll take only one single example. For the same situation, if we give a pause and then we respond, our response becomes very, very different. And why I'm sharing this, because in case of a Raja Yoga meditation, we call it as a traffic control, which we do it minimum 5 times in a day. And if possible, after every hour. But then I've got a normal relaxation method, whatever in that 1 hour, if something negative had happened and was still, my brain was thinking, I was able to easily forget it. So I was able to filter out in the same situations, my response was different. This is one example I have given, which is only 1 minute meditation. That means we are able to do the traffic control, and that traffic control is of our thoughts. Then we get rejuvenated so better, so fast, and so nice. I think I can't tell in words. So this is one example I've shared.
Thank you, Bhaiya. There is one more query also by Srikanth. First, he appreciated you are awesome, sir, very inspiring and highly appreciable. And sir, can you suggest some methods how to inculcate spiritual values in the students? By Srikanth.
Okay. These are, I think, more of experiential based questions. I think I'll recommend only in one single line, which I quoted once. I was giving a presentation in Sikkim Manipal University long back. And they were all engineering students. And then I gave this example, which I'm sharing with you people now, that if I keep on saying that this sweet is really good, it is very tasty, it is wonderful and whatnot, but you will not come to know till you taste it. Meditation is the same kind of a sweet. You will understand then only once you taste it. So I'll request all of you to taste meditation. Then only then you will be able to appreciate. This is what is my answer or indirect answer.
Thank you, Bhaiya, for taking.
There is one more question if I'm reading it, Kaur. I work with adolescent age group and how I can help my students to relax their anxiety during examinations. How to manage the swinging of their mood. It is actually, the answer is the moment we start practicing meditation, as I was giving my own example related to 1 minute part. This age group gets immediately, the moment they get the taste of it, when their anxiety has been filtered, because I told, I think, in one single word, metaphysical, physical to metaphysical. The moment we start living in that conscious state that we are metaphysical, lots of our responses gets different. So if we are able to detach ourselves, our anxiety, whether it is of any type, whether it is because of exam, whether it is health anxiety, gets reduced drastically. Or as you have asked the second question, swinging of mood, that I think I tried multiple times to convey. Even if we are able to just a few seconds pause, our response becomes very, very different. Then you can easily understand the moment if we start meditating, and then if we become metaphysical, our response to the same situations becomes very different. And that's what I was trying to tell about self-awareness and self-regulation. The moment we are into that state, we will not be able to be aware about our emotions. We'll be able to regulate easily. So that's why I'm saying continuously, test it. You'll come to know how it has been done.
Thank you, sir. There is one more query. How meditation can help addicted persons to overcome addiction?
I think I explained in one particular slide, if you recall, that mind, intellect, sanskar. Addiction, not only which we normally understand is drug addiction and those kinds of, but there are addictions even in our behaviors, which we are able to modify drastically. We have found wonderful results, even in case of our drug de-addiction camps also, because they do want everybody of us who is even addicted is also knowing the repercussions of it. But they don't have powers. They do not have the self-confidence that how without this also we'll be able to sleep or whatever it is. That is what I explained in case of being self-aware, in case of being emotional intelligent, and how to become emotional intelligent with the help of such meditations. Then we are able to slowly leave our addiction. Because we do get powers. We actually sometimes do not have a self-confidence while we also want to leave it. So that's how these addicted people are able to overcome these problems. That's what I understand.
Thank you, Bayan.
So if there are no more questions, thanks everyone. And I'll be more than happy even if I get some questions. If not today, by email, I'll try to answer. I'm writing my email address also in the chat box, so that if persons are interested to know any more queries, and if I'm competent to answer those, you can anytime ask.
There are a few messages from Srikanth.
Have you got my email address?
No, sir.
I don't know, because that's what. Anyhow, I can speak.
Maybe you can select post and
Again,
send it, sir. I can share with everyone.
But I'm writing it over there in chat box. Why it is not going?
Sometimes
Anyway, I'll speak. My
Okay.
email is very simple. Sushil, SUSHIL .inmas. That's my institution name. .inmas. Sushil.inmas@gmail.com. So if there are more queries, you can talk to me.
Thank you very much, sir. So,
Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks, brother. You gave me a chance to interact with wonderful audience. I'm really happy. And they are already all emotionally intelligent.
thank you, Bhaiya,
Thank
for
you.
joining all the way and sharing your wonderful information. And we look forward for more sessions in the future. And we are happy to share with you. This celebration is as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. Since 1.5 years, daily we are organizing sessions from 6 to 8, and this has been the largest and widest Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration that has been conducted by any organization in India. So that credit also, you are part of this wonderful thing, and we appreciate you and thank you for
Thank you,
providing
brother.
an opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
May I
sir.
leave now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Once again.
Thank you.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, everyone.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for second session. Then will be moving to third session. We have 5 minutes. Quickly fill up the feedback form. So in next 5 minutes, we'll be starting session. Once the feedback form is closed. We request everyone to quickly fill the feedback form. It will be open only for 5 minutes. It is mandatory to provide feedback. So in the meanwhile, let me check. We have 2 more sessions after this. One by Dr. Anjana Bhattacharya. She is there available. And the next speaker by Arun Kanduja. They both are available. So one after the other, we'll take it up 2 sessions. After that, we are concluding for the day. So once this form is closed, then we will invite our next speaker. We request everyone to quickly fill the feedback form with all the details and submit. So it's more than 5 minutes. Hope everyone has filled the feedback form. And we are moving to the next session. So we have with us Dr. Anjana Bhattacharjee. She is Associate Professor, Department of Psychology from Tripura University, which is a central university in Northeast in India. She will be presenting on prevention of suicide. Can unmute yourself and start your audio, video, and presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. Good evening to one and all present here today. Before starting, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to the organizers, particularly Dr. Ravindra, for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas and thoughts with you all. And today I'm going to share my ideas on how to prevent suicide. Just a second, I'm just sharing my screen. Please allow me to share my screen. Dr. Ravindra, please allow me to share my screen.
You are permitted, ma'am.
Yeah, but it's not showing that. Yeah.
You have been made a co-host and you have all the permissions. Maybe you can try
Sure.
once again.
Acha, I have two devices I have been logged in. So you please
Okay.
enable me twice, two things. Otherwise, I'm unable to share my PPT.
Okay, let me check.
I think another one is Abahan Bhattacharya. Two is both these Anjana Bhattacharya.
Yeah, two
Both are
IDs have
Anjana
been.
Bhattacharya. Yeah, fine. Yes, now I'm able to share my screen. Okay. So good evening again to all of you. As I said that I'll be discussing on this prevention of suicide. And in the next few minutes, I'm there with you all. And in this discussion, I'll try to discuss on who is vulnerable to suicide, how we are able to understand that who are more vulnerable to suicide, and what we need to do for preventing suicide. As we all know that suicide is a major health issues all over the world, starting from developing as well as developed countries. And if we go by the figure, the World Health Organization, according to World Health Organization, it has been nearly 8 lakh people die by suicide in the world each year. And if we again analyze the figure, we can see that there is nearly one death in every 40 seconds. So in every 40 seconds, one person in this world is trying to end his or her life. Almost 2,200 deaths every day and one suicide attempt in every 3 seconds. So 1, 2, 3, in 3 seconds, one person is trying to attempt suicide. So this figure speaks itself that the severity speaks about the severity of the problem, and that as per the statistics, it has been found that suicide is the second leading cause of death in the world, and this is more particularly for those who are young generation, that is for ages 15 to 24 years. And it has been seen that by the last half century, it has been increased. The suicide rate has been increased by 60%. And when we talk about suicide, that somebody is trying to take his or her life willingly, then it happens that in every suicide when that is occurring, there are around 20 or more suicide attempts. So now coming to Indian scenario, that we are all Indians, what is the scenario of our country in regard to suicide rate? So in our country, every year around more than 1 lakh people die die by suicide. And India, when we talk about what is the contribution of India in terms of suicide rate, it has been found that India alone contributes to more than 10% of the suicide in the world. As per NCRB report, 2022 report, it has found that more than 1,60,000 suicides were reported in the country during the year 2021, which shows an increase by 7.2%. If we just compare this figure with the last year, that is the year where COVID struck our life, that is in the year 2020. So this figure has shown there is an increase by 7.2%. And in this figure, it has been seen that how suicide rate is increasing every year. This is a 5-year data from 2017 to 2021. So in 2017, the suicide rate, that means per 1 lakh population, suicide rate was 9.9. Whereas in 2020, it was 11.3, and the 2021, it was 12. So the rate is increasing, which again, basically highlighting that we are really in danger, we are really in crisis, and we need to do something for preventing suicide among the youth, among the young population. And if we go by the rate of suicide as per the different states of our country, this is a figure which is there in the NCRB report, that the highest rate was found in Andaman and Nicobar Island, followed by Sikkim. This is in one of the northeastern region, and Tripura, another northeastern part of India from where I belong to. This Tripura being a very small state, you'll be surprising to know that the population of this small hilly state is around 38 lakhs as per the 2011 census. So in this small population, in this small state, Tripura ranks second in terms of suicide rate among all the northeastern 8 northeastern states, and it ranks 7th in terms of all the states of India. So the figure, all these figures are showing this picture that we really need to do something for preventing suicide, from helping our near and dear so that they can enjoy their life. They should not take their lives. This is the figure speaks about suicide victims according to their gender and age group. And again, this figure shows that the maximum number of suicide rate is among the population who belongs to the age group of 18 to 30 years. So the young group, the youths, the young adults who are very energetic, who are the future of the of our country, who basically takes our country ahead, will take our country ahead. They are more in this age group are more vulnerable to suicide in terms of suicide rate. So now coming to these are the statistics, these are the figures which you can get in CRB reports. You can see how suicide rate is increasing day by day and how India is contributing more and more in terms of suicide rate when we talk about worldwide suicide rate. So basically, when a suicide is happening, when a person is taking his or her life, it not only becomes a tragedy for that person, but also becomes tragic for entire family, for entire communities. If a student is committing suicide or trying to take his or her life, or trying to make premature death, then what will happen? His friend circle, his family, his neighbors, everybody is going to affect. So when one suicide can affect more than 20 or 30 people. So a person is trying to take his or her life willingly. So that is one part. Another part, those people who are left out, that means their family members, their near and dear one, who used to be in extreme trauma, who used to be in extreme shock that how this happens. So we need to think about how we are going to help those people who are in need of help, so that they cannot take their life, or they cannot or they cannot commit suicide or attempt for suicide. So this is my analysis, my personal analysis, depending on my work on prevention of suicide. That is, I believe that we can prevent suicide by this WWH model. What is WWH model? W stands for who. That means who are vulnerable to suicide. We need to understand that if we really want to prevent suicide. And second, W stands for why. Why people want to take their life? What is the pain? What is the sorrow? What is the underlying mental health aspects which make them vulnerable to take their lives? And lastly, how. H stands for how. That means how we can prevent suicide. What are the strategies? What should we do for preventing suicide? So first letter of this or first thing of this WWH model is W, that is who. So suicide is basically a 7-letter word, SUICID. So if we really want to understand suicide, if we really want to prevent suicide, then we don't need to understand anything. We can simply understand the term suicide instead by analyzing each and every letter of this term. So SUICID. So let us discuss on this. So for me, who is vulnerable to suicide? Who can attempt for suicide? So first letter of this term, suicide itself is S, which I believe that S stands for low social support. That means a person who has very lack of social support, who are in crisis, but they are not able to get support, or they have very less social support system available surrounding themselves. They are very much vulnerable for suicide. Next, S again stands for low self-esteem. As we know that self-esteem is a very important construct in psychology. And if a person is having low self-esteem, that means the person is not confident. That means the person is not able to deal effectively with the challenges of life. That means the person adaptation level is little bit less in comparison to those who have having high self-esteem. So a person who is having low self-esteem are very much vulnerable to this destructive or self-destructive attempt. Socially isolated, those people who are socially isolated, those people who don't have anyone to take care of them, those people who are very much who, as I said, that who don't have much social support available nearby them, and those who are not having anyone to show their love and concern towards them, are very much vulnerable to suicide. The second letter of this term, suicide, is U. That means, which I believe that, or this is as per my analysis, entirely my analysis, that is unfulfilled demand and wish. We all have lots of wish. A child have wish to have so many toys. We have so many wishes, but all the wishes are not fulfilled. It's not possible for us to fulfill every demand, every wish, everything which we want. So sometimes this unfulfilled demand, sometimes this unfulfilled wish makes their life miserable. They feel that when someone feels that when their demands are not fulfilled, that means, those with whom they have been demanding something and their demands are not being fulfilled, they feel that those are not actually loving them. For example, suppose a student of class 9 or 10 standard has been asked his or her father to buy a smartphone, and the father or parents has denied to give because there is already a phone is available to him or her. So the boy or girl may feel that I have demanded something and my demand is not being fulfilled. That means my parents are not loving me as they used to love. But this is not the fact. This is their feeling. This is their emotion. So all the time when their demands are being fulfilled, they feel that they are being loved by their near and dear. And once when their demand is not fulfilled, they feel that no one is basically thinking about me. No one is basically taking care of me. And there are many such cases I have been found in my place that, there is some demand, and when the parents are not fulfilling the demand, there is that certain or impulsive way the student or the young boy or girl is trying to commit suicide. I stand for introversion. We all know that introverted people are not basically feel comfortable to express their feelings, express their emotions, to share their emotions because of their personality pattern. So those who are basically introvert type of person, they are vulnerable to the suicide attempt. I can say that. And those who feel imperfection, feeling of imperfection, that is also a feeling, that is also a personal perception, that somebody may feel that the person is not perfect, the person is having lots of imperfection, and due to that imperfection, he or she is not basically accepting by others. So that may that may make a compulsion for him or her to feel that he or she is being neglected. So this I again stand for feeling imperfect. And definitely I again stand for internet addiction. I think nowadays, after COVID, we have all witnessed that how much internet has taken place in our life, how much internet has been penetrating to our day-to-day activity, and how much it has been affected the youth, the students, and I can say that every one of us across the age bar, across the gender discrimination, and across everything. So internet addiction again is one of the important factor behind this suicide attempt. And we have been seeing that Blue Whale, a game, internet game, has been taken lots of young lives, has been taken has been create the pains and sorrows of those family members whose children has been committed suicide or has been attempted suicide. The next letter is C. Complication is in life. That means those people who are having very extreme stressful life situation at present, those people who are having complications at this moment of their life, that may be because of one or other reason, that may be because of loss of near and dear one, maybe parents, maybe children, maybe siblings, or maybe life partners. So that may be any reason, or that may be loss of job. And we have seen that during COVID, many of our friends, many of our neighbors, many of our known person has lost their job because of this COVID lockdown situation. So those people who are having very much complications in their life, or those people who are having extreme stressful life events at this moment, they are become very much vulnerable to this problem, to these health issues. I stand for intense pain and impulsiveness. Intense pain, as I said, that may be due to any reason, as I just mentioned, that may be because of failure in the exam, that may be because of losing somebody, that may be because of not being accepted the love, love proposal by the person whom I have been proposed for getting love. So there may be many reasons for feeling pain. And another, I stand for impulsiveness. Those people who are impulsive in nature, sometimes it's happened that our previous speaker, Dr. Sushil Chandra, has spoke about emotional intelligence. So the people who are emotionally intelligent, the people who have this self-awareness, who can regulate their emotions very, very properly, they are not basically impulsive in nature. But those people who are impulsive in nature, they suddenly feel that no one basically cares about me, no one basically loves me. So why should I live in this world? So for whom I live in this world? So suddenly, feeling, intense feeling, sudden feeling of negligence, sudden feeling of unfulfilled demand, sudden feeling of no one loving himself or herself, makes sometimes themselves impulsive, and impulsively they may take these lethal steps of suicide. D, the sixth letter of this term, D, is depression. We all know that the people who are suffering from depression, they are very much vulnerable. They are very much tend to attempt suicide. And again, another D is for drug abuse. So those people who are addicted to substances, that may be alcohol, that may be some other substances, including brown sugar or multiple drugs, they become vulnerable towards these, towards depression, and then depression leads them towards these lethal steps of suicide. And E stands for empty feeling. This is again a feeling. This is again that a person is feeling empty from inside, that feeling of loneliness, feeling of empty, that no one is there, whom I should share my pain, whom I should talk, whom I should go when I'll be in crisis. So the person may feel empty from inside, and then this empty feeling can lead to this lethal, can compel him or her to take this lethal step of suicide. And low emotional intelligence, I think I don't need to explain, because Sir has explained so nicely in his previous session. So these term suicide itself, the each and every letter of the suicide, the term suicide itself speaks about who are vulnerable, who are in risk, or what are the risk factors for this suicide, and why. What are the factors, as I said, or why they are vulnerable, why they are prone to commit suicide or attempt suicide. The first reason behind suicide, all we know that psychological causes. And it has been seen in different studies across the globe that 60 to 90% of the suicidal behaviors are basically associated with one or other mental illness. Either that may be depression, that may be other mood disorder, that may be schizophrenia, that may be personality disorder, or that may be substance abuse. So one or other psychological mental illness or psychological health issues may make person vulnerable to the suicide. And what are other risk factors? Sudden death of parents, spouse, children, and sibling. As I say, that intense pain can be resultant of all those factors. Divorce may be another factor which can become extremely stressful for the person, or extremely frustrating for a person. Breaking up with a boyfriend and girlfriend. This is a trend among young generation, those generations who are in their adolescence period, who are young adults. This has been found that this is one of the reasons behind suicide, and it has been found that in India also, you can see in the NCRB report also, that this is one of the factors behind suicide. Failure in the exam, yes, this is again there, and we can see that after the declaration of the board results, whether that is 10th board result or the 12th board result, there are one or other incidences of suicide. We can see in the newspaper, whenever we open the newspaper after the declaration of result, we can find such cases. Poverty can be one of the reasons, but it's not that every poor people are vulnerable. Again, there are some personality factors, there are some emotional factors which make the person vulnerable to a suicide. Unemployment and loss of employment already has been talked about, and any experience perceived to be humiliating. I just would like to share one incident which happened in our place in one of the school. One of the brilliant student who was appearing board exam in his model exam, class 10th model exam. One day he went to school and that was his math exam. So he simply just written one or two formula in his hand, and that basically that particular question was not there in the question paper. But somehow teacher has seen this. He has written one formula in his hand, and then in front of everyone, the teacher scolded him like anything. And within 2 or 3 hours, the boy has taken his life. He was a very brilliant student. He was an experienced student, and it was being told by his teachers and parents that he was one of the aspiring students who could have been stand in the board. So this is basically because the boy has perceived these incidents as humiliating. These incidents may happen to many of the students, but this is because of the perception of humiliating. The boy perceived these incidents as extreme humiliating, and as a result, within 2 hours after going to home, there was no one, only his young sister was there. So he was just talked to his young sister. He gave food also to the young sister. And then he said that don't disturb me. I'm going to my room for further study for the next class. And within just 15-20 days, he just made himself hang from the ceiling fan. So this is very much tragic for himself, for entire family. And still both the parents are in shock and they are undergoing psychological treatment. Certain medical condition, chronic pain. I have worked with the cancer patient, and it has been found that suicidal ideation is very much prevalent among the third stage cancer patients. And also, I have found very interestingly those who have been diagnosed with cancer in their early stage. Sometimes it happens that they are having more feeling of depression, more feeling of helplessness, and more feeling of suicidal ideation than in comparison to those who are taking under medication and who are basically having fight with cancer for the last many years. Family history of mental disorder, again, another reason for making person vulnerable. Family history of suicide and prior suicide attempt. This is very important factor, and this sometimes, there are lots of myths are attached with these things, and people often think that those who have taken suicide attempt once, they will not go for further attempts because they have been facing the pain and all those things because their attempt was not successful. But this is a myth. The fact is that whenever the person is attempting once for suicide, the person becomes more vulnerable to attempt again and again until it has been a successful one. Family violence, if the person is facing any type of family violence, family abuse, that may be any kind of abuse, starting from physical to sexual abuse. And another important reason is having access to pesticide if the means are available. There are many studies among the police personnel, among the paramilitary forces of our country, Indian Army and all, and it has been found that they find guns as a very easy means to commit suicide, or made to for suicide as well as for homicide also. And further is being exposed to other suicidal behavior. If somebody is seeing or somebody is having exposed to see someone is having suicidal behavior, or someone is having attempting suicide, that person becomes more vulnerable to suicide. And when there is certain this type of case, particularly the celebrity case of suicide, we have seen that there are lots of suicide cases after the death of Sushant Singh Rajput. And there are young generations who used to love him, who used to follow him, who used to feel that he is their role model. Many of the young person committed suicide after his suicide. Now coming to the final part that of this WWH model, that how we can prevent suicide. We know that who are vulnerable, why they are vulnerable. Now the final stage came that how we can prevent suicide. So suicide prevention strategies, as per my understanding, has to go in two-tier system. One is individual level strategies, another is community or social level or society level strategies. What should be the individual level strategies? The number one should be identifying the warning sign. We need to understand whether a person is basically having some suicidal ideation or not from the different warning signs, and identifying the risk factor. So these two things we need to do if we want to prevent individual level suicide, or if you want to exercise the individual level the strategies. So first comes understanding the warning signs. Again, let me explain how we can understand the warning sign by analyzing the term suicide itself. Like I have analyzed the suicide term, let me explain again that how we can understand the warning sign by analyzing the term suicide. So the first letter S, social withdrawal. Suddenly we can see that there is certain change in the behavior pattern of the person. The person who was very jovial, the person who was very active, suddenly the person withdraws himself or herself from the society, withdraws from his friends, withdraws from his peer groups, withdraws from the family members. Then we need to understand that there is something wrong in his or mind, or there is something different he or she is thinking. Another warning sign for us is that talking or writing about death or suicide. Some people often say that there is no meaning of my life, so I would like to die right now, or I would like to take my life willingly. So when some person is talking like that, or writing something, or writing some some points which is very much depressive in nature, then we can understand that the person is having this type of ideation. And sacrificing attitude. Suppose a person used to be very much possessive about his or her own belongings, and suddenly the person is trying to become more sacrificing in nature and trying to distribute his lovable things among others. So that can be a warning sign that the person may thinking in his or her mind that why should I possess all those things? I'm going to take my life. I'm no more in this world, or I may be a guest in this world for some more days. So let me distribute my possessions among others. So these are stands for S. The next letter is U. Unexplained or unusual, severe, violent, or rebellious behavior. This is particularly for the young generation, for the adolescents, for the school students, for the youth, that if suddenly there is sudden changes in the behavior, that the boy or girl become very much violent, very much rebellious, showing agitation, aggression, restlessness, distress, then we can consider these as one of the warning signs. I for intense negative feeling about self. Yes, the person starts feeling very negative about self, that I am very much incompetent. I do not deserve this world. And actually, all these negative things is happening for me only, and the world will be the most peaceful place if I'm not there. So every negative thought, many one by other, one after the other, all those negative things about self as well as about the others, that no one loves me, no one cares about me, no one thinks about me, everybody neglects me. So all this type of negative feeling about self and others make the person more hopeless, more helpless, and ultimately the person finds no reason for living. So intense negative feeling is also another warning sign. See, change in the personality, that sudden change in the personality, as I already mentioned, that as a extroverted person who was very much active, jovial, and talkative, always smiling, always helping in nature, and suddenly become, very quiet, very much silent, then that can be a warning sign. If there is change in the sleep pattern of the person, eating habits of the person, or daily change in the daily routines or habits in the person, then that could be also considered as warning sign. The next letter is I, losing interest in almost all activities, that the person is losing interest in every activities. A person who was very much fond of watching movies are no more watching movies, or very much fond of outdoor or indoor activities are no more enjoying those activities, or simply gossiping with friends are no more enjoying those things. They are actually, those can be treated as warning signs. And internet addiction, as we all say that nowadays we are all taking Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and we are basically connecting with the virtual world and making ourselves apart from the real world. So this internet addiction, excessive use of internet can also be a warning sign that the person is not getting satisfied into his or her real life and trying to make himself or herself satisfied in the virtual world. So something is wrong. D, appearing depressed or sad. Yes, that is also there. And E stands for experiencing dramatic mood changes. If the mood is changing nowadays, now at one moment the person is smiling, at another moment the person is shouting. So if there is dramatic mood changes and excessive guilt feeling, as I mentioned, that the person started believing that all the mistake is happening due to him or her. So E stands for this dramatic, experiencing dramatic mood changes and excessive guilt feeling. So these are the warning signs. So understanding warning sign is one of the is very important, because once we understand the signs, once we understand, yes, something is vulnerable, something is giving a warning, something is saying that showing the red light that something is wrong with this thing, then we can think for the further thing that what we need to do. That is crisis intervention. So the person is in crisis, and that we understood from the warning signs. And then next, what we need to do, we need to try to help the person to come out from the crisis, from his or her crisis, through this crisis intervention. And how we can do the crisis intervention? By life skill training. We all know that life skill is very important. And when we talk about life skill, it's not about the hard skill, it's about the soft skill. How to communicate with others, how to, how to regulate your emotion, as Sir has said about, talked a lot about emotional intelligence. So all type of soft skill, how to give attention to others, how to, listen to others properly, how to be more empathetic towards others' feelings. So all those types of life skills, including social skills, are very much important. So we can give this to the person and make him or her more capable to deal with the day-to-day crisis. And if we find that the poverty or economical reason is one of the main reasons behind his or her suicidal ideation, then we can help by supporting the person economically, by strengthening his economical capacity, by providing social support to him or her. And finally, again, if we find that the person is having any type of mental health issues, and because of mental health issues, either mental health issues or drug addiction, the person becomes vulnerable, then there is treatment process. Psychological treatments are there, counselings are there. There are many de-addiction centers which are providing treatment for the drug addicts. And through that, we can not only try to prevent reattempts, but also we can try to prevent drug addiction also. And finally, we can do this in crisis intervention by promoting community connectivity. As we know that social isolation or lack of social support is one of the reasons, and that has been found in many research work throughout the world. So we need to promote community connectivity to make the person aware about his or her available resources, to make the person feel as a part of the society, not feel as a neglected person, rather feel as a part and parcel of the society. Next, coming to the community level, what we can do at the community level. So first was individual level, understanding warning sign and supporting the person to come out from the crisis. Now this is community level, that what we can do for those who are maybe at the vulnerable level, or to prevent that suicide attempt. So what can be done? That is easy access to treatment. Yes, there are very much lack of facilities in different countries, in different parts of our country. Particularly, if I give example of my place, this is a very small hilly state, and this state is geographically isolated, geographically remote from the other parts of the country, and there are very much less facility for the treatment, psychological treatment of a person. And you will be very surprised to know that there is only one mental health hospital in Tripura, the entire state, and the other hospital, they have only psychiatric unit. So entire in a state, there is only single mental health hospital. So this is one of the reasons that people are not getting access to the treatment, and the people are having lots of mental health issues, but they are not getting access to the treatment. And if they are not getting access to the treatment, they become more and more vulnerable to commit suicide or to take their lives. So easy access to treatment is very much important. Second is controlling access to means and methods. Yes, we should control the access to different means and methods. And by this, I mean to say that we should have control in access to substances also, whether that is liquor, whether that is ganja, whether that is brown sugar, or multiple other drugs, maybe injection or something like that. So control of access not only means the pesticides, the other things, but also control of access means to different drugs, substances also. Next come awareness on suicide warning signs, myths and do's and don'ts. There are lots of myths regarding suicide warning signs. So we need lots of awareness programs throughout the country to make people aware about suicide warning signs, to make people aware about the different myths and misconceptions which is still there in the mind of the person. And unless these myths and misconceptions cannot be eradicated, then the people will not go for help, will not ask for help if they are in need. And we also need to know what should we do, what should we do, and what should we don't do. So this type of awareness programs is much important. And enlightening the media reporting, I personally feel that for sometimes media reporting becomes very much vulnerable. The way media reports the accidents, the way the media portrays the suicide cases, that becomes very much painful. I remember when the Sushant Singh Rajput was committed suicide. Though this is a controversy, but the way the media used to portray his face, the eyes and all those things, that when I personally, I was very much disturbed when I witnessed those things, media reporting the pictures, the photographs of him. I was literally disturbed in my mind. I could not sleep many nights, although the person I'm not connected with emotionally, although he is not my near and dear one. But then also because of the media reporting, I felt very much, disturbed for many days after his incident. So being a mature person, if I feel like that, then you can understand what used to be happen on the young mind who used to make himself or any other person as a role model. So a little bit of more sensitization program among the media reporting is also needed. Who should be more sensitive in reporting suicide cases. Next, come to how we can help a suicide person. As I say that what we need to know the do's and don'ts. So what we need to do if we find any person who is suicidal in nature. So we need to take suicidal attempts very seriously. We should not laugh at the person who is telling that I'm not, I just lost my interest in my life. So whenever somebody is uttering this type of things, that means the person is already having some intense pain or already going through some stressful situation. That's why he is uttering this type of negative things. So we should not laugh on that person. We should not, say that these are all silly things. Why you are thinking like that? So not that, but rather we should take those comments very seriously. And then we need to help the person. We need to give emotional support the person that yes, whatever you feel, we are there with you. We are deeply concerned with your feelings. Your feelings are genuine. It's not that your feelings are not genuine. And you are not alone there. We are all there to support you, to fight with the odds of the life in which you are at present. So this type of deep concerns, my expression of concernness actually make people more, feeling a little bit of happy or more, feel more supportive that the world is supporting him or her. He is not alone in this world. He is not alone to fight with his life's odds. Talk openly about suicide. This is again a myth about suicide, that often people think that if somebody is talking about suicide, that means the person is making another person more vulnerable to attempt suicide. But that's the myth. We need to talk openly about suicide, what suicide is, why people commit suicide, what are the psychological factors behind suicide, what are the social or economical factors which can compel a person to think like that. So once we can talk about all those things, the person will be having in his or her mind that, okay, these are the things which can, let me to think in such way, in such manner, in such negative way. So then the person can have different strategies to deal with odds of his life. Listen attentively with everything. It should not be judgmental. It should not say that this is right, this is wrong. no, not like that, but we have to be very attentive. We should not react shocked that, oh, why you are thinking like that? Oh my goodness, not like that. We should be act very mature one. It should not be, and we should be very much careful when somebody is telling about suicide, or somebody is, expressing his or her suicidal ideation by one or other means, or if we understand warning sign of suicide, then we should be very much careful about our own statement, because once we say something that may help the person to overcome his crisis, or in other words, that may actually create more crisis in his or her life. So we have to be very careful what we are talking. And finally, we should not think that we are the best person to help the person. No, we should take the help from the expert. There are experts who can basically help those. There are different helplines. There are different persons who can help those persons who are having suicidal ideation. And finally, follow up with the person to check his or her mood level, to check what he or she's thinking about his life, about his future. And also follow up is very important. It's not that in a single day I'll just show my my concern or my emotional support to the person, but it's a follow up. We need to do follow up also. So finally, I must say that for suicide prevention strategies, we can understand the suicide prevention model also. And how can we understand the suicide prevention model? Again, let me explain how we can prevent suicide by analyzing the term prevent itself. How we can do. So this is again a 7-letter term. So first letter is P. P stands for personalized safety planning. When we are planning for preventing suicide, that should be personalized. That should not be generalized safety planning, because one person need, one person emotion, one person personality is not like others. So we know that individual difference is there. So that should be personalized planning. Personal care should be there. And if the person is having some terminal illness, as I said, that it has been found that in terminal cases, the people are having suicidal ideation more. So palliative care should be provided to those persons. And for resource mobilization, that means more and more resource should be there. If the person who is having suicidal ideation are not able to access to the resources, then we need to mobilize the resources to the person. So it may be person to the community, or it may be services from the community to the person. So resource mobilization is very much important if we really want to prevent suicide. The next letter is E, that is exploring mental health status. We need to explore mental health. We need to know what his or her mental state. We need to know whether his mind is bleeding or not. So that is very much important. So exploring mental health status is one of the important preventive strategies of suicide. The V stands for vanquish the darkness of mental disease and stigma. Still in our country, there are lots of stigma. There are lots of, superstition attached with mental illness. Still, there are many women who basically lost their life because of this, what is called this, whenever there is a problem, then people say that this is somebody, किसी ने कुछ आपके ऊपर भर किया है या कुछ हुआ है. So they used to go to uzas or some other thing. So there are stigmas, there are superstition attached to mental disease. So we need to stop this if we really want to prevent suicide, because until unless we prevent this stigma which is attached with mental illness, we cannot do anything. Next is E. E stands for ensuring social support. We need to ensure social support. As I mentioned, and N stands for non-availability of alcohol and drugs. This I have been already discussed. And the last letter T stands for treatment and training. Treatment should be given to those who are in need of treatment, and training basically for those, training should be given to the social workers, training should be given to the nurses, to the doctors, to the any health professionals who are basically dealing with the health of individuals. So proper training should be given on mental health issues, on suicide warning signs, and how we can understand that whether a person is vulnerable or not. So proper training is also needed. And finally, T stands for self-teaching. I would like to quote here to the previous speaker, what sir has told, that self-teaching matlab self-awareness. We need to understand. We need to understand the differentiate between greed and need. What is my need and where it goes to the greed. So this type of self-teaching is very much needed, which makes us aware about our demands, aware about our strengths, aware about our weaknesses, aware about our, opportunities, our possibilities, as well as our limitations, everything. And those self-teaching, self-awareness basically make us more, more capable to deal with the cost of the life, to deal with the demands of the life, to deal with the crisis of the life. And finally, teaching negative positivity. That's very important, that we have to be positive every time in our minds. We should not think negative. There is a quote that everyone wants happiness, everyone wants pain. But there is no rainbow without rain. So when happiness is there, definitely there will be pain, because life is like a zigzag. There is no, the life is not like a, smooth road where we can go smoothly. It's like a zigzag road. And finally, practicing or exercising spirituality is very important to understand what the inner meaning of happiness is. Not that running behind, our demands. It's not that running behind the materialistic gains. It's all about inner peace. It's all about inner feeling. It's all about happiness is inside. And love, this very much important spiritual values, that hope, positivity, and then gratitude, expressing gratitude and loving self. That's very important. Until and unless I love myself, I cannot love others. So love self, laugh a lot. And here, this is a quote of Swami Vivekananda. I just would like to mention here that he has said that if I love myself despite of my infinite faults, अगर मैं अपने आप को प्यार कर सकती हूँ मेरे बहुत सारे गलतियों के बाद भी, then how can I hate someone at the glimpse of few faults? So love self is very important, as well as love others is also important if we really want to prevent suicide. And this is the slogan of suicide prevention strategies. We can say that creating hope through action. So I just end my presentation over here by saying that let's create home with care. Let's build relationship with unconditional love. Let's share our feelings and care about others. Let's speak about humanity by being more human, and let's celebrate the life. We need to celebrate our life, whatever the life actually brings to us. So with this, thank you so much. And thanks a lot for the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas and my viewpoints regarding suicide prevention. It's not that I have told something new, but I have tried to make in a different angle that how we can do this things for preventing suicide. Thank you so much. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Anjana, for a very detailed and insightful presentation. Very well presented. It's the need of the hour as the suicides are skyrocketing. And we see no one is left behind, especially when we are talking about suicides. Even the educated illiterates, or even the farmers, or to scientists, doctors, we see everyone is going through this emotional turmoil, and they are committing suicide. So it's very much important now, because every 40 seconds, one person is attempting a suicide as per the statistics. So the magnitude is too high that we need to take an immediate action. Very well presented. And participants, if you have any queries, we can take it up. You can share, you can unmute yourself, you can raise your hand, or you can share in chat box. If you have any queries, feel free to share your feedback. That will encourage.
Any observation, any comments?
There are few appreciation messages in chat box. I don't think anyone has any query because it's very simple to understand, easy to understand. So wonderful session, excellent presentation.
But I'm unable to see any comments.
Yeah, maybe the problem is sometimes they select the host instead of the person. That's why certain, even I also face sometimes this issue. So thank you everyone for sharing.
Yeah,
if there are no further queries, then Arun Kanduja, do you have any queries?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Arunji, please go ahead. Okay, then if there are no queries, then thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you all.
We wish you all the success in your future endeavors.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So with your all permission, I'm leaving. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. See you in future sessions as well.
Yes, thank you.
So friends, we'll quickly move on to another session, the last session for the day. We have with us Mrs. Arun Kanduja. She is Associate Professor in Psychology and also Research Scholar in Psychology from Hisar, Haryana, India. She would be presenting on adolescents and social anxiety. You can start your video and audio and your PPT, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
You can continue.
Hello.
Hello.
Hanji, Dr. Ravindra. Am I audible?
Yeah.
And my screen is visible?
Just a second.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravindran, for giving me an opportunity to present here. Although my topic for this conference is a very small topic as well as a very common topic. But
now you can start your video and share screen. Its screen is not visible.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, now you are visible, ma'am, but screen is not yet visible. You can click on share screen.
I am sharing screen, but what's the problem?
No, you have opened a PPT, but you didn't yet started sharing the screen.
What is the problem?
You can see the green button, ma'am, down.
No, it's not visible. Yes, again, let me check.
In Zoom, now you can just go to Zoom.
Yes, I am in Zoom. Is it available?
Yeah, now it's coming. Yeah, now it's visible.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravindran, for giving me an opportunity to present here on a very small and a very common topic. And I'm also thankful the dignitaries present here to listen me on such a small topic. This is a topic on adolescence and social anxiety. We know that our age is divided into many steps or many stages, and adolescence is one of the very important and crucial stage. Different psychologists has divided adolescents with their psychological and biological characteristics, and it is called, and it's a time of biological, psychological, as well as social changes, during which a youth may undergo many positive and negative changes in personality, leading remarkable effects. Now, what about the positive and negative changes? Positive changes may be that he or she may attain his or her goal or emotional maturity or spiritual maturity. And negative changes means he may feel stress, he may feel anxiety, he may have suicidal tendency, depression, and many psychosomatic disorders, etc. Now, why it is so? Because it's a growing stage, and on our growth and development, there are so many factors which play a very important role. But before we advance to this stage, usually we call this stage as an emotional roller coaster, where one may feel superior, one may feel psychologically mature, but psychological and physiological changes may lead a person to deal with the challenges which has to be met in the future, or may lead to the person inferior or some way incapable to deal with the challenges and the adventures. Social anxiety is also nothing a new phenomena. Before explaining social anxiety, I would like to talk about anxiety. Everybody knows that anxiety is just a feeling of apprehension that something wrong may happen to me. And there is a generalized anxiety, there is specific anxiety, which may get engulfed to the phobia. But social anxiety is specifically a type of fear. And this fear comes from being judged and evaluated negatively by other people. Again, there is apprehension that anyone can judge me negatively, or anyone can may not be giving me the positive approval. So the anxiety occurs there, that because the person is in the society or in the group or on a stage, and this fear is experienced there due to social situations. This is called social anxiety. This anxiety can be a leading cause to the inferior feelings, can lead to the self-consciousness, and also the emergence of feeling of humiliation and depression. Sometimes there is no humiliation, but the person may feel humiliated. So he may go to the depression. Millions of people in this world are facing the traumatic condition every day. Rather, I would like to say this is a universal phenomena, but there is an individual difference, and this difference is of degree. Normal people feel social anxiety and leave it, but whosoever is not normal and whosoever is basically psychologically remarkably feeling the anxiety, and that is too in the social situation, then we may say that the person is feeling or suffering from the social anxiety. Now, if I come to the causes, and causes of usually psychological disorders are sometimes common and sometimes specific. Now, first and major cause of the social anxiety is the person's own perception. What he or she perceives about oneself. First, what are the demands from him? Is he or she is able to meet those demands or not able to meet someone? Whether failure will be there, whether success will be there. The perception of demands, whether demands and his capabilities are fit in the environment or not fit. This is just a, you can say, just a proportional ratio between the demand and supply. As we learn in economics, the balance regains when there is balances in the demand and supply, and same is in our behavior. If there are a lot of demands but I can't fulfill the demands, I may feel social anxiety. Now, what is the control? Control means, am I having the control on the situations, or these situations are predictable, these situations are ambiguous or unambiguous? If I am able to control the situations, then social anxiety will not occur. And if I perceive that I can't control my situations, I can't use my resources in these situations, then the social anxiety must occur and will occur. Next factor is the support. Am I having support from the society? Am I having the support from friends around me, or support from my own resources? Then social anxiety won't exist for the longer time, because I'm going to take help from others. If I'm not only available to others, then others will come and help me and my problem will be solved. Then social anxiety won't be there. Now, what are my relationships with others? If these relationships are fruitful, if I am helpful to others, they are helping me. If I'm fruitful to others, they are fruitful to me. Somewhere we think that we are becoming selfish, that we are not going with the feelings, give and let have. We say no. First of all, others person will give me, then I will give something others to them. This selfishness is creating anxiety to us, because we are not perfect. We can get the support from others in our relationship if we are also in the giving mode. Am I ready to change? If I'm not ready to change, there will be social anxiety. What are my roles in society? If I am leading the roles, if I am performing the roles better, and I'm trying my best to perform those roles, if there is no disparity between the role, between the norms of the society, then social anxiety doesn't occur. Or sometimes if it occurs, that it is on the continuum, it won't progress into the maximum, but it will decrease to the minimum level of the society. Now, what are the prevalence of the society, social anxiety? Social anxiety is not prevalent only in adolescence, but at any age, from birth to till death. If I'm saying it is birth till that, I'm not talking about the first 2, 3, or 4 years. But nowadays we think the modern society, a small child can say, I'm tense, don't talk to me, I'm tense, मुझे कुछ हो रहा है, मुझसे बात मत करो, because he listens to the parents, to the society, to the friends, that tension is something, anxiety is something. He used to say that I'm tense, but the prevalence of anxiety is as old as the humankind. In Bhagavad Gita, we find the reference of Kansa, who suffered generalized anxiety. Kansa, when he came to know that Krishna is a very brave personality and he can kill me, he suffered from anxiety. In Ramayana, Marich suffered from the post-traumatic stress disorder till the Rama came and killed him, or we may say कि उनको उन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया, तब तक उनको जो है post-traumatic stress disorder बना रहा. Now, what is new? WHO says in 2022, 1 in every 8, about 970 million persons are suffering from the social anxiety. And WHO stated in 2019, the number of persons were 310 million. Now, we can say how much progression is there. We are progressing toward a negative society, not toward the positive society. And this is not an Indian trend. This is not the fashion of India. In India, we are having a society of mutual understanding, mutual cooperation. But nowadays we see people are working from 9 to 9 or 9 to 12. They don't have time for anyone. Similarly, no one is having time for them. So we are following the Western society, and this is the trend of West to suffer from the mental disorders. But we are adopting those trends, as well as we are developing the mental disorders, and social anxiety is one of them. What are the symptoms of social anxiety? If someone is suffering from anxiety, can we recognize the person, or we should go to any psychiatrist or doctor or social worker or psychologist to tell them ki I am feeling this, please tell me what is happening to me. So there are some common symptoms. First, there is excessive and persistent worry. Excessive means how much worry is required. Is it according to the intensity of the stimulus, or it is not according to the intensity of stimulus? If it is not according to the actual ratio, then this is called excessive. And persistence means it continues. Even the situation of the anxiety goes away. Even if the situation of anxiety is not there, but the person is suffering anxiety, that is called social anxiety. And excessive and persistent worry is one of the most important symptoms of the social anxiety. Then muscular tension and restlessness. When we feel when we are in the feeling of worry, first of all, we can recognize our cheeks and these muscles on the face are very tense. Then we experience, if we are consciously experiencing social anxiety, we can experience that our all muscles are very tense and we are unable to relax. Irritability, anything which was not irritable for us yesterday, today will irritable for us. If it is irritable every time, day and night, 24/7, which is actually not irritable, then it is a symptom of social anxiety. The person suffering for social anxiety feels difficulty in concentration, hyperarousal, always aroused situations, excessive fatigue, headache, and sleep disturbance. And we know sleep disturbance is the result of anxiety, and sleep disturbance may cause the addition in the anxiety, because if sleep pattern is disturbed, there are so many disorders which are introduced in the society, or which may get introduced in the society. We can say there are basically three types of, or three effects of social anxiety. One is psychological, second is biological, and third is social. One by one, we can say what are the psychological and social effects which are important and which may be detrimental to the development of the personality. And first of all is the poor academics. Poor academics, if there is not a good score in the school or in the college, person may suffer anxiety. And it is possible that before giving an exam, person is suffering from anxiety. After getting the result, person is suffering the anxiety. And the result is this: the performance gets poor and school dropout rate increases. Lacks in interaction. Lack in interaction means the person doesn't want to make new friends, or it doesn't want to form new relationships. And if he or she doesn't want to form a new relationship, the maintenance of the relationship is also poor. And if there are old relationships that are also not maintained. Social anxiety may lead to the isolation, and because interaction is very poor, it may lead to the substance use, because in isolation, subject feels attracted toward the substances, and alcohol is one of the common drug which is used by the socially anxiety person. Moreover, this is the easily available. I think in India, it's a very easily available in different forms, in different areas. Its availability is although controlled by the government, but its availability is controlled by the street vendors also. They are the person who is delivering, or they are having the home delivery of alcohol also. Negative self-evaluation. As earlier said, person thinks I'm inferior. That is called the negative self-evaluation. Negative self-evaluation leads to low self-esteem. Low self-esteem person again go into the vicious cycle of the lack in interactions and poor academics. And religious and spiritual transformation. Socially anxious people are never open to any school of thought or any sect. They think that whenever I will go there, people will think, but I don't know why I'm going there. People will think that he's feeling rather depressed or dukhi hai, isliye wo aise गुरुओं के पास जा रहा है. तो such type of transformations deviates him or her from the personal treatment which he or she can get easily. And then there are biological effects. Hormonal changes are there. Hormones may be there. It may lead to hypersecretion. It may lead to hypersecretion. For example, glucose level can be raised in the body, and modern disease like hypertension, like diabetes are the results of anxiety also. And the nervous system, all we know that our autonomic nervous system has the control on our emotions. And anxiety is a negative emotion also. And autonomic nervous system is governed by the sympathetic division as well as the parasympathetic division. If there is any negative emotion or if there is anxiety, obviously sympathetic division activates. And if we have to control the degree of the emotion, if we have to control the intensity of the emotion, parasympathetic division has to be activated. But if person is suffering from social anxiety, it's a very clear, it's very obvious that there is imbalance between the sympathetic division and parasympathetic division. Most of the time, sympathetic divisions keep on activating, keep on arousing, and parasympathetic division doesn't get the control. And if parasympathetic division fails or parasympathetic divisions reduces its control, that anxiety keeps on aggravating. And musculoskeletal system, we may feel severe headache, may feel migraines, and headache is also a very common symptom or very common biological effect, which can be felt by the person suffering from the social anxiety. Respiratory system is also disturbed. One may breathe very rapidly, one may breathe very slowly. Most of the times people breathe rapidly, and there may be panic attacks in the person suffering from the social anxiety. Cardiovascular system also gets disturbed. Gastrointestinal system, for example, stomach, bowel movements also gets them. Stomach, we also used to say that before any exam, there is a rat race in my stomach. This is a very common dialogue, but this doesn't mean that this is a simple effect. The effect, stomach effect, is more than this. And there is also a biological effect. We are talking about biological effect. Reproduction system also gets affected by the social anxiety. If a person is suffering from a social anxiety, obviously one doesn't love that I should have any disorder. He might want any prevention, he might want to have any treatment. But before treatment, it's always said prevention is always better than cure. So in our groups, in our society, in our family, in our school and colleges, we should go for the awareness camps and campaigns where we should talk about the social anxiety. We should take the remedial steps as well as preventive measures so that our adolescents shouldn't get or shouldn't suffer from the social anxiety. First of all, we would talk about the regular exercise, which is definitely absent or reducing in the adolescence age. Maybe due to the sedentary lifestyles, maybe they are not sleeping at the time, not getting early, so they are reducing their exercises, or I can say they are away from the exercise. Regular exercise can be a remedial and preventive measure of the social anxiety, because exercise leads to the positive or happy hormones in a personality. Practice relational or typing mistake is there. This is the practice relaxation techniques. There are so many relaxation techniques in the written in the books, or you may listen from a simple person how to feel relaxed. For example, someone may say, whenever you feel anxious, lay down straight and focus on your toe, and then your knee, then your hips, then your shoulders, then your neck, then your head, and slowly and slowly and slowly try to feel relaxed. And slowly and slowly, if you are trying to feel relaxed, one thing you can add, you can view your breathing in and out, focus on. So everybody can talk about these things. So practice relaxational techniques, reduce alcohol, caffeine, and other drugs. If before social anxiety, one is having alcohol, caffeine, and other drugs, it must be reduced as a remedial or preventive measure. And if after social anxiety, if I'm suffering from social anxiety, one is using drugs, as I have said, it is also an effect. One should cut, as well as one should stop the use of such type of drugs. Another one is one should go for the healthy diet, because we say भोजन का संबंध मन से है, जैसा खाओगे वैसा बनोगे. जैसा खाओगे वैसा बनोगे means आप इन चीजों से जो आप जिनको आप disorders बोलते हो उनसे भी आप दूर रह सकते हो. तो one should go for healthy diet. Stay socially active. The one important symptom was there, the person can't maintain or can't create new relationship. But here we want the person should stay socially active. He should move in groups. He should move in with friends. He should talk, because introversion may and can lead to social anxiety or aggravate to social anxiety. And get enough sleep, because sleep is the medicine for many disorders, many problems. So sleep is also the major preventive measures which can be used or which can be adopted by the socially anxiety person. And most important thing is, if we are talking about the remedial and preventive measure, first of all, we should understand our symptoms, whether we are suffering or we are not suffering. Or if someone is observing us, he or she must try to understand our symptoms, or let's know whether we are having any problem or not. Most of the times people don't value your suggestion that you're suffering from some problem. Go to some psychiatrist or go to some doctor or go to some psychologist or counselor. But if one is suffering and one is feeling that something different is happening to me, then one should understand his or her symptoms in a clear-cut way so that he or she can get help. And the most important thing again, if the remedial and preventive measures are not acting fruitfully, then one have to go for the treatment of social anxiety. First of all, we can talk about the psychotherapies. And most of the psychotherapies are time consuming, and people don't want to go to the psychiatrist and psychologist because it's still a stigma in our society to go to psychologists and counselors or psychiatrists. But psychotherapies are the first in psychology, which are treated as treatment for the social anxiety. This psychotherapy, above all the psychotherapies, I find psychoanalysis is the best psychotherapist, but psychoanalysts are very few nowadays. But behavior therapy, rational emotive therapy, cognitive therapy, all are the therapies which can be applied or which can be used for the treatment of the social anxiety. Then there are biological methods or we can say biological model is adopting, that is the medicines. And third and last one is learning of stress-free reduction techniques. And these reduction techniques are one is called meditation. And in this seminar, in this conference, from the very first day, we are focusing on the meditation, role of meditation, effects of meditation, and profitable experiences of meditation. And I'm again saying that meditation is very helpful in reducing the social anxiety. Rather, I think whosoever is meditating, he or she may not develop social anxiety in his personality. There are a little bit chances to develop such type of anxiety or stress related disorder. And second one is the company, because people are known by their company. If they are living with the people, they are interacting with the people, they are spending the day with the people who are always anxious, then there is a better chance, there are more than better chance that you can feel anxiety. And if you are living in the company of the person who are relaxed, who just plan, do their work and chill, then you can also stay away from the anxiety. This was just a small presentation on my behalf. And thank you. I would like to thank you to all of you for the patience listening, and special thanks to Dr. Ravindran for giving me the opportunity to present such a small paper, such a review paper before the participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arnaji. It was, though it was simple, very well presented. Congratulations. Wish you all the success.
Thank you.
Look forward for more sessions in future. And participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to share. If there are no queries, then we shall conclude.
Thank you.
The presentation was so simple that now everyone understood. So there are no further queries. So thank you all the participants and presenters who have presented today. So we'll be calling it for the day. So you can click the fill in the feedback form. Before you leave the platform, feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. You can see overall feedback form. This would be the last feedback form for the day. Every day. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. And we thank everyone for joining us on the 4th day of 1 week international conference on psychology. So we have just hardly 3 days left for the closure of conference. So we request everyone, those who have registered for their presentations, those who have not completed, and those who are willing to complete, quickly register and complete your formalities and try to complete the presentation as well tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Because last day it would be difficult. So once you complete your formalities, tomorrow also we have daily 7 to 8. We'll be having guests. And we'll be having presentation from 7 to 8 after 8 o'clock. We'll take up the presentations for those who have completed and for those who have been shortlisted to be present. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us. See you all tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Take care. Good night.